Hola, hola. Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3, probando el canal de inglés. Hola, hola, probando el canal de inglés. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Canal de inglés, 1, 2, 3, probando el canal de inglés. Hola, hola, probando el canal de inglés, 1, 2, 3.
So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this 10th edition of the Forum on Inclusive Employment Entrepreneurship. It's unbelievable. It's been 10 years already. It's unbelievable how many things have happened over the course of 10 years and how far we've gotten. So, as you know, Acción contra el Hambre is organizing this event together with the European Social Fund within the framework of the European Innovation Network for Inclusion. So this year we are live at this wonderful space. It's really great to be here, and we're also streaming live on YouTube. So we're saying let's say hello to all those people watching online, and we will also have live translation both in Spanish and in English because we also have people that are not Spanish speakers at this event. So when we talk about Acción contra el Hambre, it's of course to talk about many things. I think, Elena, that if we take a look at the slogan of the last campaign, we can see a really good definition of what Acción contra el Hambre is: hungry for change. And hunger for change kind of says a lot of things. It's a pleasure for Acción contra el Hambre to share a space like this with other entities that are also fighting for the work and social inclusion of people that have more difficulties. We want to bring innovative trends and experience in the past 10 years, and we want that to help us improve have a greater and better impact on the people that we work with and we work for. Our approach of working with people in vulnerable situations to improve their employability through entrepreneurship itineraries and employment itineraries has helped over 26,000 people in these 10 years of our work. People like Lola, for example, who joined our programs in the middle of the pandemic. She was the mother of 2 kids and had been looking for work for 45 years. And after her time in our program, she managed to refocus her career and get a stable job. And now, that's her situation. So we also have the case of Doña Loren, who came from Mexico to Cáceres and has opened a traditional Mexican cuisine restaurant. So these 2 stories kind of sum up what Acción contra el Hambre is all about. So these little contributions that we have had. So let's use these 2 small but big stories to open and inaugurate this 10th Inclusive Employment Entrepreneurship Forum. So I'm also going to ask a round of applause for everybody behind the team, the entire team of Acción contra el Hambre, because they've been working very hard. So congratulations to the entire team. So, well, now you're probably wondering, who are these 2 people standing up on the stage? We're going to be hosting this forum. So, I'd like to introduce herself. Her name is Santa Maria. She's a journalist. She's a communicator. She also works at COPE, and his name is José Ángel Cuadrado. He is also a great communicator, as you can see, and he works as a digital coordinator for also another large Spanish means of communication. So for us, it's a pleasure to be here, and what we're going to do is we're here to listen to stories, to listen to great stories that are going to help us. They're going to encourage us to keep working everything related to social innovation and employment entrepreneurship. And we're also, again, in this beautiful space and with these beautiful people as well. So what else can we ask for? So for those of you, if it's not the first time, welcome back again. But for you if it is the first time that you're here, we want everything to be very dynamic. We want you to participate, and we want you to tell the world where you are. And we're going to do that by using the hashtag innovation for inclusion. All right. That's right. You can ask us whatever questions that you want with those using that hashtag, and then the team of Acción contra el Hambre will be giving us those questions. So we are going to have people from Spain. We're going to have experts for international level as well. So let's start with a very interesting person. And this is somebody who's been working in entrepreneurship, innovation for many years, been helping many people. He's the director of Acción contra el Hambre, so please, you have the floor. Thank you so much. Olivier Longuet. Good morning, everybody. Well, I don't know if I'm perhaps a very interesting person, but I know this is the 10th floor, and I know this space was the number 10 on the street, but I ended up at number 6 for some reason, which was a gym, which was right next door. But it's quite an interesting gym, actually. But anyways, so I am the director of the association Acción contra el Hambre, and I would like to hereby thank you all for being here. So welcome to this 10th Forum on Inclusive Employment and Entrepreneurship. I think that it's, especially right now, right after the pandemic, that it's important for us to kind of meet together again, face to face, to promote social innovation and also promote inclusion. So I think this is something that's become more and more important for Acción contra el Hambre, and this is something that I've said before, and I will say again. We were going to have experts from people that are listening to us from Palestine, from Armenia, from Syria, from many different countries, from European countries as well. So people from Georgia, from many different countries around the world, because the methodology that we've created here has huge potential, and that's something that we've seen over the years. For example, nowadays we're interested in kind of starting to see this methodology fitting in the context of Ukraine, for example, not in the combat zone, but for example in the neighboring countries such as Moldavia, Poland, that are kind of hosting all of these Ukrainian refugees, millions of refugees, and these refugees were of course in a state of huge vulnerability. So, of course, I would like to thank the foundation for hosting this forum, for this beautiful space. So, the European Social Fund has always been a very important partner in order to develop all of the concepts that were needed. So, they have given us the opportunity to create everything that we've made so far, and I think that it's really part of a success story thanks to this European Social Fund, and also thanks to the Ministry of Social Rights. They've also been they've also helped a lot in this regard. So they've really helped us. They've really made it possible to create more of these projects in the world. So again, I think this moment is very significant because we're going on a critical moment right now. We talk a lot about the conflict in Ukraine and the neighboring countries, but honestly, I think about, for example, the prime responders. For the prime responders, this is something that we could have perhaps foreseen. For example, the foods, the prices of foods have risen. The food chain, everything has become much more expensive in the 50 countries in which our organization operates. Has already increased by 35% in the year 2021 alone. And this year we're seeing that the crisis, the war in Ukraine, is not getting better, but we're also seeing the development of new mechanisms. So the crisis, of course, incurs a huge cost for all Europeans by means of the energy costs, not so much in terms of the food, because there are other sources, but especially in it has a stronger impact in other parts of the world, such as Africa, for example. So I guess we will have to see how this winter will be in Europe, how it will be for us Europeans, how it will be for the Ukrainians. I think what's important right now is that we stay together in order that we try to innovate and find new ways to work together. So we're also seeing how important it is to improve the collaboration between different organizations and different entities, such as the European Social Fund and the Ministry of Social Rights. But I also think that now is the time to work together between practitioners. But I think that this opportunity of being in a new playing field, of innovating, of not getting complacent, and I think that's a great opportunity. And this forum, exactly, in all over the world, is doing exactly that. We also think that there is a need to be coherent within all of this innovation, within all this idea of having new ideas, new projects. I think we also have the need of creating strategic alliances between different players. And I think this is particularly important because when we think about working and being active in a country, we work together with local NGOs, of course, But not just that, we also work together with the state, with the services of the state. If there's a state, of course, in Somalia, that's going to be more difficult than Ukraine. In Ukraine, the government is very active. So we really like working at a local, at a state level, at a national level. And I think that's why the European Social Fund is so important, because it really helps us to have it really opens up all those borders and gives you a concept of a limitless fund. And on another note, yesterday I talked with an elderly person who watched a speech from Fidel Castro. He talked about 12 hours. And I was talking about citrus fruits, and I don't know what he talked about for 12 hours. How can you talk about citrus fruits for 12 hours? That's pretty impressive. But as a conclusion, I think that the European Network for Inclusion has around 400 members, and this network is creating new opportunities for funding, innovation, and it's also working on a series of new innovative models within this framework of cohesion, innovation. So I think that is all fits in there very nicely. It's also a very important element. So we are here today talking, and we're going to be talking about some of these. We're going to be talking about these debates, and you will see later. We're also going to have different seminars that will be organized by the different involved players. We will have in November. We're gonna be seeing different more of these events. So that's all I had to say. Now let's enjoy and let's learn a lot. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoy. So as Olivier talked about, creating alliances, collaborating with the states on a regional level, national level, also working together with NGOs, all of that is key to be able to analyze the needs and to be able to react accordingly. Thank you so much, Olivier. So now I want to invite Luis Gonzalez on the stage. He is the Director of Engineering and Social Action at Acción contra el Hambre, and he is also going to be giving us a presentation. Welcome. All right, so thank you so much for everybody here. I see some known faces. We've been doing this forum for 10 years, so well, I think that I can say that I'm really thrilled that we've managed to make it so far. The 10th edition, 10th opportunity to share experience, and as the title of this forum says, it's about trends and social innovation and entrepreneurship. So, and I think that this is definitely it's definitely a full-time job in working in this area. So this forum is made possible thanks to the support of the European Social Fund within the social and within the framework of the European Innovation Network for Inclusion. So without that, it would not have been possible. So this forum is being organized with European character, and what we're doing here is we're going to be listening to other colleagues from other parts of the world, and this is a wonderful opportunity for everybody here and everybody watching us from 30 different countries. We're having people from 30 different countries watching us through these streaming platforms. So I think that is why this is going to be such a wonderful opportunity. Also, thanks to the Ministry of Social Rights. We have also made it this far. We've made it to this 10th edition thanks to them, and they have been absolutely key when it came to integrating this forum in social policies and employment policies in all these different spaces where we operate. So again, thank you so much for the Social Fund, for the Ministry, and of course, and for the Bertelsmann Foundation for hosting us all here. So, the European Network for Social Innovation for Inclusion. Let's talk about that. As Javier said, we have over 400 partner organizations on the European level. So together with the collaboration and with the collaboration of all of these organizations that work together, it has turned into what it is today. So what is it today? It's basically a group of multidisciplinary entities or organizations that have one common goal, which is innovation and the creating new innovation policies or projects on a European level. So regardless of whether it is in Europe, so the goal is to get together and creating innovative projects that fit within the framework, of course, of other financial instruments as well. So this has not been made possible just because of the European Social Fund, but also financial instruments within the European Union. So as Olivier said, for example, we have people from outside of the European Union here as well. We have people that are using funds from other types of policies, such as the Humanitarian Agency, the European Development Agency, the General Direction for Development, and General Director for Development. So we have a lot of different players involved that have made all of this possible. So, and of course, creating all of these policies and working together with them is truly what made all of this special and all of this possible. And of course, enjoying being part of the European Union and enjoying the European Social Fund has been truly beneficial, both inside and outside of our borders. So, as of today, we want to talk about three topics that within the European Social Fund Plus, which is the new European Social Fund, how does social innovation fit in there? So there's going to be new things. So the innovation is going to have a bigger role than it has in this current program and in this period. I mean, and we are going to have different persons. We're going to have different experts who are going to give us the keys and how they expect social innovation to fit inside this new European Social Fund Plus. And we're also going to have experts who are going to tell the companies or the organizations how they can prepare and how they can work more on social innovation within their lines of work. We have also incorporated another topic, something else, which is that relationship between health and employment. So, of course, we have a lot of expertise in this regard, and we are well known all around the world. And all of that is exactly due to the fact because we have managed to bring the food safety to all of the corners of the world where we work in, with the goal of reducing or fighting against hunger. So a few years ago, we already started working on raising awareness in terms of the hunger issue around the world, and also we started working on inclusion programs. And we knew that several years ago, this was not that common. It was a little bit perhaps strange a few years ago. What does employability have to do with hunger or with fighting against hunger? So I think that we're going to be able to talk about that today, and we're going to be able to learn a lot. So, and last but not least, we have the issue of digitalization and employment. So we've been talking about digitalization for some time now, for all this for this period of time, and especially throughout the pandemic and after the pandemic. So digital transformation has been a reality, but we want this digital transformation to also have a social transformation. So we don't want digitalization to be a factor for exclusion, but rather for inclusion. So that is what we're working on right now. We're working on transforming us and changing the way we work in order to make digitalization an opportunity to improve the lives of all the people that we work for. So, of course, the pandemic has radically changed the way we work. We're talking in the global level. We talk about the COVID, climate change, and conflict, which is the three C's. So these three C's don't just affect Europe; they also all of Europe, but also Spain, particularly. These three factors are affecting the social relationships, they have affected and are affecting our health, personal health, and also affecting the financial or economic aspects as well. We could also say that the pandemic has changed the way we work. It has changed how we perceive the health and how important it is and how it's related to other parts of our health. And in terms of climate change, the climate crisis, we're starting to see how the fight for the control of the resources is also taking its toll, and also the migratory changes because of this climatic factors. And also then we have the neighboring conflict, which is the one that we're seeing in Ukraine, and the impact that that's having, not just on the price of food, but also the price of energy, which is, of course, so all of these three factors are, of course, affecting are taking a huge toll on those people that are the most vulnerable, which are the people that we work for. So I don't want to sound any fatalistic, but these three factors are what keeping us away from our goals of sustainable development. So within this landscape, with everything that's going on, with all these changes that we've seen over the past 10 years, are we really doing anything different? Are we incorporating systemic changes in the way we work? Are we introducing these systemic changes in the way that we work with people? Have all of these changes that we've included or incorporated in the pandemic actually had any systemic changes or not? So are we perhaps going back to what we did before the pandemic? So I think that with this, we really need to think and kind of wonder whether we are incorporating these systemic changes. And social innovation is a wonderful opportunity in order to apply these systemic changes in a way that's organized, well thought out, so in a way that is not improvised, so to say. So we all know that social innovation has huge opportunities in order to create these systemic changes. So because of the nature of our work, these systemic changes need to focus on the collaboration, need to be constantly assessed, and constantly evaluated and monitored in order to avoid doing any experiments, so to say. So it is important that we are constantly evaluating these changes using or basing ourselves on investigation or research, on scientific research. And of course, we should also focus on results. We also have a result-oriented mindset. So, of course, we need to be sure that if we know where we want to go, we need to be sure that it's going to have results. So it's important that we focus on that based on the systemic changes that we're promoting. So from Acción contra el Hambre, we have really put the spotlight on digitalization. We're currently undergoing an internal process of digitalization all over the world. But we're also undergoing a process of digital transformation in terms of the services that we offer. So again, we want to focus on digitalization to be an opportunity for inclusion, not exclusion. So it is allowing us to get to the countryside that we weren't able to reach before. So this is able to help us reach younger people as well, so we can connect with them better thanks to digitalization. So now, for example, it is absolutely key to be trained in these digital competences, which has also allowed us to do, which we're also starting to see now. So it's important that we help those people that have the most barriers and that the furthest away from this digitalization. That is what we should focus our innovation on. So a few years ago, we asked ourselves a question. So does nutrition actually focus on the employability of people? Does it have an effect on the employability of people? So we asked ourselves this question in order to try to create more value or to give more added value within the programs that we had as an organization. So in the last few years, we thought that we had focused more on soft competences, and we could say that the biggest part of our focus was more on employment, employability, entrepreneurship. But after that, once we had already done that, we started wondering, how can we create even more value? How can we be even more of help? So this was the question that we made ourselves, kind of an out-of-the-box question. And that's what we started working on. So we started investigating. We worked together with the psychology faculty of Malaga, and we also worked together with the Universidad Complutense, the Complutense University, and this question has really made us focus not just on nutrition, but also on how health, mental health, and physical health is affecting employability, how rest is also affecting both types of health, and therefore affecting employability as well. So when we thought about this question of how nutrition could affect employability, we looked at it from a systemic point of view. So not just the access to food, but also the availability and the production. So now what we're trying to do is, what we tried to do afterwards was try to find, from a systemic point of view, how nutrition affects physical, mental health, how it affects the perception of oneself, and in turn, how it also affects our chances of employability. So, thanks with the investigation that the University of Barcelona carried out on the experience of in this term of nutrition and nutritional insecurity, a significant percentage of the people that experience nutritional insecurity are employed, which means that having a job does not ensure that you have a right with basic rights, such as having adequate nutrition. So with this in mind, I think that it's absolutely key that we think, what is a quality job in a context such as ours? So we know that in some of the platforms that we are active, we are already participating in this debate, but what's important today is that we define what quality employment is, so that we all have the same ideas. Because nowadays, having a job does not ensure that you have access to a basic right such as nutrition or food. So, without further, I don't want to dwell on any longer. It's been great. So now I'm going to give the floor to the different panels, and I hope that we can learn a lot. So I think it's, there's not too many people. I like that. So it's going to be very dynamic, So it's like a family reunion, and all besides the people that are tuning in online. So I think that it's the perfect amount of people so that we can have an environment, we can trust in each other, and I think it's going to be great, because I don't think we have to feel ashamed. So without further ado, I am now going to give floor to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we're currently at what we could define as an effervescent time, because there are so many issues in Ukraine, Africa, rising prices that's affecting Europe and the whole world. We've got inflation. It's an economic crisis as well that is coming up. I mean, that's what they say. We'll see whether that happens or not. So, of course, these are unpleasant news. But what we can see are challenges, and for challenges we can pose solutions, and that's what we're here for. That's why we're holding this event, where we're going to be sharing experiences throughout this morning. So now we're going to start by listening to someone who has a lot to say, Angela Garcia Martinez, who is the Associate Director of the Red to Red. Where are you, Angela? Come on up. Thank you very much. Welcome, Angela. So you can start talking to us soon. I'm going to introduce you. You have a degree in public policies. You've worked in the tertiary sector, public administration, and the private sector. And over the past 12 years, you've been working in strategic consultancy, particularly linked to designing, monitoring, and assessing public policies, especially dedicated to policies funded by the European Union and social impact, which is why you're here. So I will quickly give you the floor, but can you tell us where we are right now in social innovation? Is it a good time? It's a great time for social innovation. Okay, well, that's going to be the headline for your talk, so let's there's a really great tool. Luis has mentioned it, Olivier has as well. It's the European Social Fund Plus, which you're going to be talking to us about. And you're going to be sharing a few of the keys to understand how we can make the most of it. Great, thank you very much. Well, firstly, I'd like to say that I feel like I have a huge responsibility being the first speaker here today. But then, actually, when I thought about it, I thought, actually, there's going to be no one to compare with. They won't know whether I'm good at it, bad at it. Whereas by the end of the day, they wouldn't remember me. So it's a pleasure to be here. I am Angela Garcia, and I am part of the Red to Red consultancy. We specialize in public policies and we work a lot with social innovation. We have a specific line dedicated to this topic. And our core for the past 20 years is linked to policies funded by the European Union. So we have a lot to say about this. I'm here to tell you a bit about the novelties in the European Social Fund Plus. We know right now the European Social Fund Plus is making progress, and in my opinion, or in our opinion, I'm going to talk about the challenges that we think that lie ahead in terms of social innovation, looking ahead to the next few years. So before we begin, I just wanted to put my presentation into context a bit. I wanted to tell you what I'm going to be talking to you about and from what standpoint, because that's going to help you to really understand the messages that I want to share with you. As I was saying, we are a consultancy firm with a series of lines of action in public policy innovation, rural development, European Fund, inclusion, and social equality. And we do all of this in public policies, from prospection to assessment and to financial control of public policies. So we cover the whole life cycle. So why do I think that what I'm going to be sharing with you might be interesting? Well, because we are a bit like a connecting point between what's going on in public administration, where we identify their needs and we fully understand their processes, in social innovation and the European Social Fund Plus, but we are also a connecting element because we work in parallel with the third sector, with a whole load of organizations. And I'm going to give you an example. You may already have seen it on social media. We've just published a report for Kotek Foundation where we mapped all of the experimental analyses that are being carried out both in Spain and internationally. And this gives us a bit more of an idea of what social innovation elements are being carried out. And then in terms of administration, we are the team working with the OFC to draw up the 4 FSE Plus programs, which is going to be called the pluri-regional programs. We have one for youth employment, basic materials, social inclusion. So there has been progress since the 2014 approach. And we also have this regional perspective because we support the regions in Spain, the autonomous communities, helping 4 regions to draw up their regional programs. And this gives us an idea, it gives us a vision of the needs and the opportunities. And I think that can be interesting because we're right now in a sort of intermediate point where we can connect different messages. I'm now going to go into the nitty-gritty of things and tell you a bit of the novelty about the European Social Fund Plus and what elements we think are worth highlighting in this forum. The first thing is that in the ESF Plus we have a regulation, which is regulation number 1057, which defines all of the steps and all of the regulatory framework that's going to be governing the next 7 years of our work. Because some of you may know that European funds are structured into 7-year periods. This time we're talking about the ESF Plus for 2027. So one important element is that this regulation is going to encourage a more equal Europe. In the European Social Fund Plus, we're going to be integrating 4 financing instruments: the former European Social Fund, the Fund for Aid of Disadvantaged People, the Youth Employment Initiative, and the EASI, the Employment and Social Innovation Programme. And this is all going to be integrated in one single instrument, which is ESF Plus. And one important element which I think is relevant particularly for the organizations and institutions that work with these segments, is the percentage of co-funding for 2021-2027, and that percentage could reach up to 95% of the cost of a project. This is a really crucial difference compared to the 2014-2020 period, because at that time it was a maximum of 90% in the least developed regions and 70% in the most developed regions. But now we're talking about 95% regardless of the type of region where the project is going to be developed. Another interesting aspect, and I think that's going to really add value, is the definition of social innovation that is included in this regulation. We're talking about social innovation because the main idea is the development and commissioning of new ideas to satisfy social needs and create new collaborations between organisms, between bodies, public, private, institutions, and civil society. And then it also includes the concept of social experimentation, where the main idea is strategic intervention to provide innovative actions at a small and large scale before considering scalability. So these are concepts I'm going to be talking about in my presentation, but both ideas are directed ultimately to improve the quality of life of people. That is the ultimate goal. So what characteristics do innovative actions have within the European Social Fund Plus? I've highlighted a few of them here on the screen for you. One is that they are intrinsically collaborative, and I'm happy that I'm one of the first speakers because I think this idea is going to be repeated several times, and I think the last person might be repeating it over and over again and they might not know how to do that. So it's intrinsically collaborative, the actions are diverse in nature and can be applied to different sectors of activity. I think we're very familiar with employment policies and inclusion in employment policies, but within the European Social Fund Plus, there is also the childhood guarantee, where I think we will be seeing innovative actions with children. And I think it's a novelty, I think it's also a challenge, so I'll just put that out there. It is also locally anchored. It doesn't follow it follows a non-linear process, and as all of you know, it takes time to make a transformative change. And without doubt, technology can really help us to drive all of this. What is going to be funded in the European Social Fund Plus 2021-2027? Well, there's bad news here, and that is that the programs are currently not approved. They're in the process of being written up at the moment. So all we have are notes and a few ideas of where things are heading, but we don't know what is going to be funded, or anything beyond the regulation, which gives us an idea of what will be funded. But we do know that there will be a certain degree of continuity with the 2014-2020 period. We will still be funding actions to promote the employability of vulnerable people with activities in the third sector. Now, this is what we're all familiar with. That's where all of you are already probably working at the moment. Now, what else is going to be integrated in this new period? I can tell you a bit about what's going on at the European level, which is that there is a very strong and firm wager on the European Centre for Competencies of Social Innovation to promote and systematise social innovation initiatives. Now, that's the European case, it's the European wave, but we don't know whether Spain will be surfing that wave as well. I'm just throwing all of this out there because, as I say, we don't know currently for sure what will be funded. In terms of challenges, I've decided to divide them into 4 theme blocks, but actually 3 of them are so closely linked. At the beginning of my presentation, they said, what is the headline of my speech? And that is that now is the time to work with social innovation actions. Now is a great time. It's the time to contribute to improving public policies and drive social change and social impact to improve public policies. Another opportunity, without doubt, is an opportunity for third sector institutions, which is the percentage of co-funding, which could reach up to 95%. Okay, it's not all smiles, it's not all a bed of roses, but ultimately we know that in all of the projects, we can potentially access up to 95% funding of what we invest through ESF+, but then there are also other funding lines. There's going to be a specific axis dedicated to social innovation, which already happened in 2020, but this will be happening again in the new period. And that involves a great budget. So an opportunity, we have money, we have the willpower, we know what we're doing, and as I say, now is the time to do it. And we mustn't forget that we not only have that ability to do things nationally through national programs, but also each of the Spanish communities or regions have regional programs. So there are also opportunities at the regional level that they can do through each of the autonomous communities. So when we have projects that are already defined, we can replicate them at different levels. And what is the most important thing? Ultimately, it's people. We have to devote hard work and efforts to work in social innovation, both within our organizations and among our peers, and in other organizations. So there has to be a figure that promotes social innovation in all of these organizations and institutions, because it takes time and effort, and if we don't have this figure devoted to doing that, it's an even harder job to do. There's also a specific methodology to follow. This isn't just something that's been invented now. We have to really give it structure. Alliances are crucial as well. What is the issue with the European Social Fund? Well, it looks for results, for outcomes. And it doesn't aim to co-finance elements that have not been proven to work. It looks for things that are working and tries to replicate them, which is why alliances are so important. Partnerships are crucial. We have to share knowledge, transfer that know-how to other programs that are funded by the European Social Fund Plus. And then also collaboration and visibility are crucial. Now I think things are a bit repetitive now here, but we're talking about managing knowledge, we're talking about replicability and visibility of outcomes. I'm going to give you an example, because the other day, a friend of mine who works in the ministry said whenever IT assistants comes, they always come in twos. Why do they always come in twos? Because if I have an issue with Outlook, maybe it's just one person who needs to solve it. And there was someone there who works in IT and said, the reason we go in twos is that what one doesn't think of, the other will think of. So that gives us a double capacity to be more agile in solving problems, to be more innovative, and to instantly share knowledge. So that's just an example I wanted to give you that can be applied on a greater scale to all kinds of activities. And these are the messages, the main messages that I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angela. That was really interesting. I saw a few of you taking notes, so no doubt we will be putting everything that Angela has shared with us into practice. Now, our next speaker has been connecting people for more than 10 years, because that's part of the essence of his work. It's like weaving a web for public and private organizations, groups of people, foundations, associations, to leverage all of their potential in order to create. That is the concept. And one of his latest hits, and I say hits because it really was baptized as Institutions That Learn. Sounds good, right? It was for the Iberian American Summit number 17 of Heads of State. He is with us online, and we're going to connect with him. And this is part of the magic, I think. As Luis was saying, digitalization through the pandemic has really accelerated digitalization. And so we have now this open government manager from Aragon. Can you hear us? Yes, I can. Can you hear me? We can, loud and clear. And I think we're going to be listening very carefully as well. So in terms of that Institutions Who Learn, we also had the HIP concept, which is the hexagon of public innovation. So we're listening, we're all ears. Great, well, thank you so much. Thanks everyone, and particularly thanks to Acción contra el Hambre, Action Against Hunger, the European Union, for hosting this absolutely necessary forum, which is closely linked to the work that we're doing in Aragon and in other funds. And so I'm delighted to be here. Alicia asked me to set the framework, I think, a bit, and to talk a bit about the theory of what we call social innovation, which is a concept that is currently in the making and that we are defining as we go along. And we just want to make our small contribution, our 2 cents. So I'm going to be sharing my screen since we're online so that you can more clearly see my ideas. Please confirm that you can see my screen. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, I'll just go back a second. I'll stop sharing. Please forgive me just a moment. Okay, here we go. Can you please confirm that you can see my full screen with my PowerPoint? No, we can't see it on the full screen. Oh dear. Oh well, these things happen when you're live. Now we could see it. I think we lost it again. There was a moment when we could see it and we could see you at one side, but that's disappeared. Okay, there it is. But it's not in full screen mode. What about those 3 dots at the bottom? What you could do otherwise is just sort of zoom in a bit. And that way we can see you as well. Can you see it now? Well, it's not very clear. It's kind of small. Okay, just let me have one last go. But anyway, Raul, it's usually at the bottom. PowerPoint usually allows you to do this. There's an option at the bottom of the screen which is share presentation. For some reason it's in split screen mode. Not sure why. I wonder if the technicians or anyone else here knows how we could share that presentation. Give me just a moment. These things happen when you're live, hey? Well, Raul, we'll try once again, and if you can't see it, we'll just keep going. Maybe you could zoom in a bit. Aha, now that looks better. Okay, I think that's right. Okay, then let's try and quickly just recover this moment. We're going to talk about social innovation ecosystems. All this concept of social innovation has emerged because we need new ways to tackle issues that we all deal with in our organizations, in our jobs, and ultimately in our daily challenges. And I highlight this idea where it seems as though these challenges always have to be tackled with creativity, with entrepreneurship, with innovation at an individual level. It's as though innovation and creativity is something isolated and something that happens in solitude. So it's a bit like this idea of the apple and Newton, where it suddenly fell off a tree and it inspired him with the theory of gravity. But looking a bit beyond in recent history, the concept of genius and super entrepreneur, super wise person is also represented here with an apple. We have with us Steve Jobs, who is, let's say, the prophet of our times, of our contemporary times, the guy who changed our lives and who is probably now represented slightly less elegantly now by Elon Musk, who is becoming super famous in the last few days as well, in the last few years. And then continuing with the narrative of the apple, it is also present here in the Adam and Eve scene in this concept, which we use, this concept of Adamism, where you are the first in doing something. It's like you're reinventing the wheel. And that's the definition of atomism, which is also represented by an apple. But if we switch on the light and zoom in suitably, we actually see that no innovation that has truly transformed society and that is truly worthwhile happens in an isolated way. All innovation is a convergence, is a sum of cooperation and collaboration of many different agents. Public actors, social actors, companies, of course, as well. But it's not about geniuses or about entrepreneurs in their garages, in their basements, or wise people in their offices or in their libraries. The innovation that truly transforms reality is always social, and that's why I provocatively like to say that all innovation is social. So when they try to make things sound a bit smaller or a bit more limiting, when they define social innovation, they try to leave us kind of at one side, as if social innovation is only innovation that happens in the tertiary sector, but it is that, and it is much more. And well, in this case, behind Newton and his apple, there were a whole load of scientists who generated aggregated social knowledge, and thanks to that aggregated social knowledge, he was able to develop his theory. So there was a system of knowledge. And then behind Steve Jobs, as Mariana Mazzucato reminded us in 2014, there is a 90% of technology developed by public institutions such as the army or a firm in Switzerland. So of course Steve Jobs was a genius and the iPhone was amazing, but 90% of the technology behind it was actually already there. He just linked up the dots. And then also to challenge Adam and atomism, as I was defining it earlier, and that impression that people have that they were maybe the first to invent the wheel. Well, I could say that not even Adam and Eve were the first, because there was also Orpheum and Eurydice, who had an affair also with an apple and a serpent in Greek mythology long before the concept of Adam and Eve ever came up. So we're going to carry on with this idea of joining up the dots. Let's say we are this white point here, any of you, those of you who are watching from home or here present in the forum. We're going to position ourselves here on this point, and this apple is now going to become the future. It's the future that lies ahead of us. So here we have the question of whether we want that future to be better or whether it's going to get worse. And the next question is, how can I make an influence in that future? Because all of this about social innovation is constantly focused on this question: how do we transform the future? How can we influence it to make it just that little bit better? So using this matrix, we can establish 4 sectors, and there are optimists like me who think that the future is going to get better and that there is more and more power to influence. There are pessimists who think that things are going to get worse. Perhaps they're realists, I'm not sure, because things do get dramatic at times, but they think that they can't make a difference. And then there are people in this intermediate position. But what I'm trying to say, and one of the ideas I really want to put across, is that these points were always there. It's just the way we link them up, it's the way we connect those dots, it's the way we establish relationships between them and them, or between us and them. For instance, now in this Zoom connection, that is where true innovation lies. It could be conceptual innovation, organizational, it could be policy-based, process-based, it could be communication-based. But often, social innovation involves nothing other than joining these dots. The dots were always there. It's just how we join them. That's where innovation really emerges. And what is the most disruptive innovation of the past centuries? I think it's one that defines the basic manual of our life in common, which is democracy. And when I've been digging up a bit about this idea behind democracy, we have another concept in philosophy and politics, which is social contract. In the past few years, it's a concept that has been quite present in public debates. And I asked myself, what is a social contract and what has it got to do with social innovation? Because I think social innovation will be strategic and will be core if it really stands in a significant prominent place in current policies. So social contracts can't be something that only a few people understand and which the European Union is starting to invest in, but that most people, including governments and organisations, don't really understand and don't really take on board. It has to be central, it has to be core, and it has to be linked to this idea of social contract. But what the devil is a social contract? Well, I think that it's a journey from me, from myself, from my individualism, all the way up to the idea of us. So it goes through family, then tribe, then it scales up a bit to nation, states, empires as well in the olden days, countries, then up a bit further to my continent. We have the Roman Empire, for instance, but right now the greatest example would be the European Union, which is an umbrella of 27 countries and all of its citizens. But people think we should also look even further beyond at humanity as a whole or even the entire planet. So in this journey from the individual self and this narrow vision where we are at the core of everything, we travel all the way up to the greater us, where we think about our neighbours, and we think about immigrants, we think about people with disabilities, women who actually account for more than half of the population of the planet. And some people believe that this includes animals and natural resources too. But there is another axis that is also the journey of the future. Because social contract is, without doubt, also a philosophical and political product that enables us to have expectations for a better future. It includes the concept of security, of defending everyone against poor investments, against disease, against aging. We have Otto von Bismarck, who started to build this welfare state, which of course progressed greatly with education. And then ultimately at the end we would be talking about fourth, fifth and sixth generation rights, such as the right to self-realization. And looking at these axes, social contract means versions of this better future and better expectations, but also rising up in the journey from self to us. So in history we have a succession of different versions of social contracts, and we have this progress, this sometimes tense line and sometimes a line in crisis, which is this arrow here that leads us to a better future. And I think this graph, which I have developed, really portrays the debate that we're having about growth at the moment, because a better future is not just about growth, it's about expectations, and it's also about this journey towards the greater good in terms of humanitarian terms. So social innovation could produce this social contractuality on this journey from self to us and towards a greater future. But we are currently witnessing a tsunami of complexity. Olivier, Luis, and other speakers before me have already mentioned this. We are currently experiencing a big bang of really complex, wicked problems. We have climate change, obesity, child obesity, poverty, COVID-19, refugee crisis a few years back, which has now increased again with the Ukrainian war. We have structural unemployment and all of this list of wicked problems. But the idea is that these wicked problems have something in common, which is that they're not particularly clear or well defined. And no two are the same. They are interdependent as well. They never fully end. They have unknown consequences, and they are not binary. So there is no yes or no solution, or no good or bad solution. So how can we really tackle them and approach them? Well, with the tsunami of these complex, wicked problems, we have bureaucracy, we have public organisations, we have major tertiary sector organisations which are quite similar to public organisations, and our toolbox is ultimately everything that is inside bureaucracy. foreseeability, assessment, meritocracy, standards, procedures, hierarchies, impersonal relations, and rational division of work. And this is all very well for acute programs, but it fails and it's obsolete with these wicked complex global problems. So this is leading to a crisis in trust in the system. The pandemic in Spain, really all of this began at 15M here in Spain, when young people began to feel underrepresented, but we can bring it back to the present day with the pandemic as well. And here, all of these neighbouring countries as well that are hearing us, all of these other countries who are listening today from Europe can understand this too. And this global crisis is because of a convergence of factors in space and time. One is the emergence of digital citizens who are used to everything being just one click away. Then there is the breakage of a cultural social contract. There's a generation of people who think that their children are not going to live better than they did. And then there's young people who think that they're not going to have as good a life as their parents did. And that breaks this line, this arrow, this positive upward arrow of progress. And thirdly, there is an overdose of individualism and nihilism, where people actually want to start being part of something again. People want to feel like they're part of something bigger, something greater, because social links have been broken down in big cities, and social media seem to have come to artificially substitute with algorithms what we used to achieve with interpersonal relations. Because we're always looking to social media to see whether we've got more little hearts on our Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, because we feel like we need to be part of something. And that's because society is pushing us to more isolated ways of life. So with this issue, the classic problem that I have detected for years in organizations is that when we want to innovate, we do it a bit like when I go to a flower shop. I live in Zaragoza. I have a very nice terrace and patio, and for years what I used to do, and the climate in Zaragoza, I will just tell you, is quite hostile. It's a bit like a public administration. I used to make the mistake of buying plants every time the weather got great, and a few weeks later my plants would die. And that's a bit like a metaphor of innovation, because when you see something worked elsewhere in a different city, a different country, you try to implement it in your organization, but that innovation hardly ever works, or it withers and dies after just a short space of time. However, if we go to this florist shop with a systemic perspective, which Luis already introduced before, if we have this historic perspective where we don't focus on a beautiful plant and on sort of effective innovation that looks very good, but if we focus on the ecosystem, on the organizational culture and the context, when you go to a plant nursery, you don't look at the plant you want. You look at the whole thing. You look at the irrigation, you look at the type of plant pot, you look at whether the gardener is singing to it, you look at what other plants are around it, whether it needs sunshine, whether it's protected, whether it needs plastic, what fertilizers it uses. So that systemic vision requires a long-term view. It requires structural changes and vision. And that's what can take us to a higher level. And social innovation has a lot to say here, because social innovation cannot just be some magic seed with a magic bean which you plant and grows and miraculously you reach a castle in the sky. It has to be a systemic approach in the long term, involving all of the different players and agents with profound structural changes. So when there is complexity, we need a systemic approach, and I think that should be one of the major takeaways in social innovation. And this leads us to the idea that we need a transition, or a radical transformation, a cultural transformation between those old-fashioned, traditional, hierarchical institutions which were strict and rigid, to organizations that work on a network, that are agile, that are empathetic. There will always be hierarchy at some point because it's useful, of course, okay, we're not going to question that. But this tension of a rigid world around us should be dissipated into a distributed network so that organizations that are not embracing these changes and that are not leveraging the opportunities of social innovation are struggling to adapt. So that was the context where a few years ago I started to think about this idea, this transition to a new organizational model. And with questions like these, how are social innovation ecosystems? How can we learn from them? How can we apply social innovation to complexity? And how can we channel this systemic change? In response to all of this, the person who presented me already mentioned this, but I presented a report for institutions. And in that report, all I did was gather all of my experience in social innovation and entrepreneurship, experiences that I had led. We have an example here of a sugar company. We have a laboratory that I'm working with at the moment, and also other projects all across Spain and in Latin America and around the world that I've been interacting with one way or another. And as the common denominator or the underlying theme in all of these projects, which tend to be more public than private, although I'm very much aware that we've got a lot of people from the tertiary sector listening to us today. But the underlying idea is putting the ethics, the work ethics, because source code has been very successfully implemented from IBEX 35 to the Chinese Communist Party. What we need is to change the ethics, the hacker ethics. It talks about passion, about a community spirit, about social impact, accessible information, creativity and curiosity, inclusive networks, and freedom. Philosophy, just to find tracks and clues about what could become a value, a system through which to tackle all of these work ethics. So that was my work that I started about a decade ago in Zaragoza. This project was also supported by Acción contra el Hambre, and I developed a series of tactics, such as taking things from individuals to community, from technicians to mediators, from mass to multitudes, and bureaucracy experience, from windows to networks, and from users to producers. And each of these points, I could explain all about them in detail, but this is quite a short presentation. So just take a brief note if you're interested, and there are other resources available on the internet.
So, another interesting source of inspiration can be found in the science of networks. The science of networks basically allows you to analyze the complexity with nodes and hubs. So a hub is a very densely connected hub or critical node, which also connects two parts of the organization. So, and then we can have different types of links, stronger links, weaker links with these nodes. We can also identify different clusters, which are basically related nodes. So this is what we can see by means of all these little dots and all these little lines. We can see how some organizations have a high density, a high connectivity, and low density or connectivity. So one of the interesting things that there is no social innovation when there is low density. So it is possible, but if they don't, there is no social innovation. So what is low density or low connectivity density? Well, those are spin-offs, they are joint ventures, agreements, contracts, etc. So, and even more, if we have a high connective density in certain organization, we have something called synchronization, where you see the nodes start walking and working together at a particular rhythm. And then something happens, which is the idea of community. A community is basically a series of nodes that share a destination, a vision, a series of values. So then we will be putting together the science of networks with a more humanistic aspect, and then at the service of the public and social innovation. So then the third thing that we did was analyze 5 methodologies of the most prestigious universities. We have Harvard, Stanford, etc. The ones we can see here. And we analyzed 105 of their tools or methodologies. So the goal was not to have a huge encyclopedia just to have different ways of the methodologies or how to innovate. But no, the idea was that if we dig deeper behind the code behind these methodologies, we're going to find a common genetic code, a common denominator. Because it was impossible for there to be 105 ways to innovate in a different way, we thought that it was possible to group it together and simplify this and make it a more accessible tool that could be used by more people. So then we have the hacker ethics, the network science, and if we add that together with 105 methodologies, you get this tool, which is the hexagon of public innovation. It could also be called the hexagon of public of social innovation. And that's called the HIP. That's the acronym. So that's the model. So everything can be found on the modelohip.net. And basically this hexagon is made up of 6 vectors, 6 ways of communicating, 6 ways of relating, of connecting ourselves. So it's also basically a surfboard against that tsunami, against that huge tidal wave of complexity. So in that way, the hexagon is a surfboard that we can surf. So the vectors are opening up your organization, creating bidirectional networks, connecting to others as well, such as we're doing here today, as you know, getting to know ideas and people from outside of our organization as well. The second element is transversal, cross-sectional, the idea of making ideas more hybrid. So it's an interdisciplinary and cross-sectional approach. Then it's also fast. This is also related to focusing on the relationships that we have, and time is the most scarce resource that we have, the most valuable resource. So that is why we always need to try to make the tedious processes as efficient as possible. And we also have to think about relationships, the communications that we have, and it's also about reducing the distances that are between us. And as you can see here on this with this representation, then the next one is prototypes, with this idea of experimenting, which is also what my colleague was talking about earlier. So this is basically about the culture of pilot projects, of looking towards the future projects in an intuitive way. So this is, again, all of this is the pilots, programs, basically unfinished prototypes that are not perfect but allow us to have a more intuitive perspective of the future. Co is related to the collaboration, cooperation of creating this community, of creating this this synchronization, of synchronizing with everyone around us, this synergy. And then the 6th vector is the vector of the technology in terms of the digitalization from a human point of view, always putting the people at the heart, and also seeing technology as a potential tool that can help increase or improve the connectivity, and also the value, the social and public value. So ecosystem basically are communities of communities, groups of nodes, and depending on the hubs and the clusters, they can be more closer together, further away together, with fluent conversations. And if they reach this degree of synergy, then they also create a sense of belonging to that community. And this also brings us to the idea of innovation laboratories, which is something that I've been working with for a little bit more than a decade. So these laboratories basically collaborate and digitalize. So they can be defined as devices that open up the institutions from within. They're acting as super hubs. They create a new trust and based on conversations. And these can be normally based on prototypes, and these in turn can also be scaled, replicated, etc. All of this creating a circular flow, which is of course very virtuous in turn. So this is a little bit of the context that we are working on. I'm just going to take the last few minutes to talk about this a little bit. So I learned this in the trenches, actually. I'm not an academic. I'm actually a maker, so to say. And I've been leading Zaragoza Activa leading this project for almost 5 years. Now it's called Aragon Gobierno Abierto. And this is basically a conversation between the citizens and the government. There's three main goals, which is getting back the trust in the democracy, channeling the policies, creating better policies, public policies, but it's also about experimenting, designing, developing, and creating new designs for the future to get ahead of these changes. So this is the map of our ecosystem. It's an ecosystem filled with little dots and lines of different organizations of these citizens. And basically what we do is we connect them. So I'm going to give you an example. So one of our strong points is the idea of collaborative public policy. So what we do is we develop and we draft strategic plans, laws, in which we put people, collectives, and organizations at the heart. And we do this on the macro level and also micro level with smaller projects, such as, for example, with the reformation of a public park. And we also give the opportunity to citizens to help design. So this is also social innovation, because social innovation is also about channeling that common intelligence to the common good. We also have CIVO, which is a digital platform which recognizes which uses the work of volunteers, and then basically it uses their soft skills, which are also then really useful when it comes to finding a job opportunity. But it's also about other things, about measuring the impact of sustainable development, etc. So we use the idea of volunteer work for the common good, but not just the common good, but also as a way of creating a social and a social impact. Then we have the Social Impact Academy, which is basically an impact made up of young social innovators, which is basically change makers. So of course, this is also very interesting, one of the academies that we've made. So it's actually currently undergoing the 3rd edition. And I'm also co-designer of the Rethink, in which we help put together designers, citizens, and governors. This was a pilot project, was already 4 or 5 years ago. We've already bringing this to the public institutions or other programs related to health and sports. So many different uses for that. We also have hate blockers, which deals with the issue of hate and polarization on the digital and social media. There's a lot of teenagers nowadays that are suffering from this, and this is quite problematic because basically there's an algorithm that's there to we've created this in order to slow down all the hate, the curve of hate. So we have created a sort of game in order to do this. Then we also have Open Games, which is our project of a child and teen participation, which sees these young people as contributing members. Then we also have Gobierno Fácil. Here we work with children with disabilities, and they are helping us translate this very complicated text in Aramaic, which is also very difficult to understand. And we also have Aspasia, which also deals with women in the issues that women face in the public spaces. So So all of this is basically what we deal with in our center that we have in Zaragoza, in Aragon. So there's a lot of things that are done here. So we have had this space at the center of the heart, for instance, quite recently. And with this, we can kind of create visibility and raise awareness for all these social innovation projects. So we do a lot of different things in these spaces. For example, Politica Pop, which is basically a space where you learn about politics through HBO or Netflix series. We also have Cocina Lab, in which people are learning about social innovation, while also we get people from the food sector who are coming here, and we do this with the kitchen recipes that are based on these 6 elements of the hexagon that we saw earlier. And then we also have another project, which is a network of volunteer work and social and digital innovation between elderly people. And the idea is that to get these elderly people to not just be the receptors, but they also turn into hackers and influencers themselves, so they can also kind of be a part of this digital innovation. Because we're starting to see also a lot of elderly people that also have a lot of experience. So that's also a really great opportunity for that in terms of in innovation. We also have Radar, which also is one of our, it's also a project that we have here in Spain of other innovations that are usually fly under the radar. And then we have Hola, which is usually focused on the public employees, the civil servants. I think in Spain we have around 1.5 million civil servants. Even if we get 10%, we're going to have a lot of energy. We're going to have a lot of people to work for the common good. So this is basically the map at the ecosystem of social innovation. I just want to finish off with 2 ideas, which one is the Frena la Curva, slow down the curve. If you don't know this is a project that we started in the pandemic. In March, we decided we had to create a platform, and in just 24 hours, we launched the platform. We launched this website in order to focus to help with the social innovation during the pandemic. So we managed to involve around 60 organizations throughout the days. So it could have been something small from the government of Aragon, but we decided to apply all 6 vectors, and that means that entailed that we opened ourselves up, so we collaborated with others, etc. So we turned into a sort of a Spanish Wikipedia for social innovation against the COVID-19. It was a flagship platform for all the entire world. We also worked with different labs. And we saw a lot of different projects, over 3,000 people who were involved in this. And then when we launched the frenalacurva.net, we already had people from different parts of Madrid, different communities, including Madrid and Valencia and Euskadi. So in several days later, we were already launching in other South American countries. We ended up opening in 22 countries. We also have a map that allowed you to see all the information on the curve. So basically this was a huge project that we managed to launch in just 50 days. And actually at the end this turned into a festival. I think we ended up at a festival that also had a huge attendance. So this basically was a way for us to test the effectiveness of the hexagon. So this was really when we started putting it to the test, and we saw how efficient it really was. So that's why I've always had these 6 vectors in mind that I mentioned earlier. So that's basically the idea of the system. And just to finish off, just one final idea, which is related to this idea of people and their capacities, which is also related to what I think Talambre is doing. So these 6 vectors can be connected to 6 roles, which are basically 6 behaviors, 6 roles of capacities, capabilities, of ways of acting, of ways of being. So this doesn't mean that you need 6 people to be socially innovative, but it just means that the people that you use, whether it's 1 or 25, that in order to carry out a social innovation, they need to have these roles within our organization. So we have the open role, that's related to the communicator role. It's a person that's capable of encoding, decoding messages. And then we have trends, which is the philosopher role. Then fast, which is kind of the curator of time, or the activator, which is this person, someone who prioritizes the important things, the urgent things, and in a way also cuts down the distances. Then we also have the proto, which is the designer, which is somebody who, by means of their prototypes, allows us to interact with the future. Then we have the connector, which is the con, which allows you to create synergies with the network. And then the digital is someone who is capable of giving or creating public or social value. So this fits in without a map of social abilities, social capabilities. So these empathy, communication, critical thinking, resilience, problem solving, and emotional intelligence, teamwork, etc., which we think are absolutely key, and that we really think should restructure the way that we work, the way that we promote people within our organizations. So, just to summarize, a communicator is somebody who breaks the barriers between us and them, and thanks to the way of the communicating, they create this communication with exterior. And then the philosopher breaks our vertical departments, so avoids that issue of people are being close but not communicating to one another. So with this cross-sectional mindset, then the curator of time is someone who breaks down or cuts down the distances by making the time more efficient. Then the designer within the paradigm of planning also brings us to the paradigm of prototyping, in which we accept unfinished and imperfect elements. Then the connector creates communities, and the digital aspect allows each of us or each nodes to create or turn into a hub thanks to that management of the networks. And just to finish off, just some final ideas. So the future of our community in every region, wherever we fit in inside of this map on the screen, these 6 vectors are always going to head up. If we were fast, acting agile, speed up speed. If you were optimistic, you need to think about the future. Think about the improbable. So if you think that you can have an influence, you can think outside the box. You can multiply the impact if you're fit in that box. And if you think that things are going to get better, but you can't, then think big. Look outside the box. And then we also have this idea of innovation as a part of the social contracting. So if we see these vectors also part of us, we have the trans, we have the co, which works on the community, and there are another 3 vectors which focus on the future, with proto, which we experiment solutions, fast, we cut down time, and tech, which allows us to have technologies for the common good. So these are basically vectors that preordain the future, that work towards the future, and others that are for us. So this is the HIP, this is the hexagon in which creating organizations as producers of social contractability. So all of this is necessary to create social innovation. And again, it's important that we use social innovation as a tool for social contractability in terms of creating a better future. And with this, and for this phrase, I would like to finish from Deleuze and Guattari, said, "Create the line and not the point." In this work called Rizoma from 1972, which really inspires me to say everything that I've just explained to you. Thank you so much. And this is the end of my presentation. And I think I more or less respected my time. So, thank you. So, transformation is always social. That's what Raoul said. Thank you so much, Raoul. That was really interesting. I think that there's a lot of open ideas that are left, just for a few questions. So the clock is ticking, so we don't have a lot of time. But I think it's important that we have just at least a couple of questions. So, Angela, can you please get back up on the stage? And I ask you to please be a little bit brief in your questions, just so we have time for our coffees. If you have any questions for Angela or Raul, just you can raise your hand and we will have a microphone here. If you're watching us online through one of the streaming platforms, you can also ask us questions by using the hashtag. I will have my phone in my hand, so I will be watching. But in the meantime, I will ask a question. Raul, you're still there? Yes? Okay. So you have both talked about the fact how about social transformation. So I want to ask you sort of a double question, just for asking both of you a question. So on the one hand, Raul, you said that you are more optimistic. You think that we can have an effect. So how do you think the normal people can have an influence in changing all of these problems that you've talked about, the employment, the war in Ukraine, some of those issues, some of those problems that we've talked about in that very that slide with all the description. So tell us a little bit, why are you optimistic and how can we have an influence? And then for Angela, so on a European level, because Raul focused more on a regional level, so on a European level, how is it realistic to think that all Europeans can have the same opportunities? So you can start, whoever likes. Okay, so I can begin. So as you can see right behind me, and as you saw in my presentation, the idea of the network is completely intertwined with social innovation. And basically this invites us to get together and work together in order to act together and be bigger. So I think that we have huge niches and huge opportunities that we still have not exploited. And I think that social innovation should be that technology or methodology that allows us to exploit or use those emerging niches that are appearing that are still not been channeled. So let's say that the gas of the 21st century is knowledge, but also social energy. And social energy is also related to that idea of emotional and being affectionate. And we have lots of people, millions of people that want to do things. We have millions of points, and all we have to find is find a way to how to connect those dots. So around 10 years ago, the first social media, when we started seeing the rise of Twitter, Facebook, the social networks we were very optimistic, and we thought that, okay, well, these social media are going to allow us to organize, so we're going to be able to organize social media in a very democratic way. But we were a little bit clumsy. But we're starting to see these huge oligopolies, these huge companies have now governed, completely dominated and taken over the social media. So I think that we shouldn't forget that we still need to govern these spaces as well, but we also need to find new structures that also that allows us to channel all of our energy for the common good. It's a difficult question, right, Angela? So yeah, well, same opportunities for everybody living in Europe. Well, if we assume that the starting point is always going to be different everywhere around the world, well, yes, we do have the same opportunities because the European policies are also applied for all around the European Union. We have the same mechanisms within the European Union, and we also have the common framework, which also establishes the minimums and all the boundaries in the European level. But I guess it also depends a little bit on every country. But so yes, same opportunities, but different starting points. And that's always going to have an effect on the results. Okay, great. So yeah, we'll stay with that message. Yes, same opportunities. One fast question here. Yes, thank you so much to both of you for your speeches, for your presentations. It was really interesting. I wanted to ask you, because Angela, you talked about the issue of the social European the organization to promote social innovation or European levels, and how do you connect that to social innovation? And what do you think? How far are the debates with what Raul has talked about, which is the fact how is social innovation ecosystem? The creation of a social innovation ecosystem in Spain. So you talked about that a little bit fast, but I would like to know, both you and Raul, who are working there, working these also working together to create this program. So how far is it? How mature is it? Okay, this is a little bit confidential. No, I'm kidding. So the European wave is going well, but on a national level, there's a lot of symbiosis with this alliance of development. But again, we're still not completely sure that it's going to be financed, but it is looking like there's going to be a lot of there are going to be a lot of expectations for this. And also, what I haven't said earlier is that the programs will be ready by 31 December at the latest. So we will have an answer in short. Okay, great. I don't know if we have any other questions. Otherwise, we're just going to go over to the coffee break, and we can stretch our legs a little bit. And then at 11 sharp, we will come back to this room because we still have a lot of very interesting panels ahead of us. See you soon.
Hello, we're going to resume our forum. I hope you've got a lot of energy after that coffee because we have two very interesting panels. Now we're going to start talking about food. Nutrition is a key element for our health and to prevent diseases, to live a healthy life. And the paradox is that we tend to think that malnutrition is far away from us, but it exists in societies like ours. We have obesity issues, we have poor nutritional issues. When we talk about sustainable food, we always tend to think about the last link in the chain, about what we take out of our fridge and what we eat, or what we cook and what we eat. But actually, this is a whole chain, it's a process with a lot of different stages, and each of those stages can be worked on to ensure that healthy eating is not just healthy but also sustainable. Right from the farming, from sowing a seed to our tables. And that is what the Daniel and Nina Garazzo Foundation does. We have with us the person who is responsible for this program, Pilar Martinez. Good morning, please join me here. Responsible for the Sustainable Food Programs Manager. You've always worked in food safety, first in developing food security and sustainability management projects, then later in generating knowledge in terms of interrelations between farming and the environment to support policy decision making, so as to promote this use of resources. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you today to share some of the things that we do in our foundation. I'd first like to thank Acción contra el Hambre, Action Against Hunger, for inviting us to take part in this forum. As I was introduced, my name is Pilar and I work on the Sustainable Food axis in the Daniel y Nina Carasso Foundation. It's a philanthropic organization that was created in France in 2010 in honor of Daniel Carasso, who was the founder, and then subsequently Nina, his wife. And then we started working in Spain. It's a family organization that seeks to build a fairer, a more inclusive society through food, through sustainable nutrition. We have subsidies for programs, and then we also do capacity building, skill building in all of the organizations that we support. We're here to talk about food today, or about the lack of food in some cases, at a general level and more specifically here in Spain. Our foundation, as I was saying, it's great to talk about the systemic approach because it's not something very common and we usually have to explain it. So just in case, I'm going to just give you an idea. Here at the foundation, we always talk about sustainable food and about the need to provide a systemic approach. It's so much more than just food. Nutrition is much more than food. It's a system of different players, public, private players, philanthropy, civil society, people, because all of us eat on a daily basis. But not just consumers, we're talking about a chain that goes from production to consumption and waste processing. And nutrition is also a right. It's a human right that we have to be able to secure and guarantee. And unfortunately, it may not seem this way. People were saying the other day, there isn't hunger in Europe, but actually the data tells us that there is, and that there's a region, especially in Spain, where there is. Most of what we do in our foundation is here in Spain, and the food data are really quite alarming. The COVID crisis shone the light on this issue of hunger, but we realized that we didn't really have full data. We had snippets of data about food aid and support, about organizations that work to deal with this issue. But we didn't have, let's say, a global vision of what's going on. And when you don't know what's going on, when nothing is measured, it's difficult to make decisions at the right levels. So in the foundation, and together with the University of Barcelona, we launched this study, which Dr. Claudia Magaña will be telling you more about later. It's about food sustainability and availability before and after COVID. And I don't want to spoil anything, and Claudia will be telling you more, but these data are really very concerning. And what the study showed us is that food insecurity is not just a contextual issue, it's a structural issue. And dealing with a structural issue, something as complex as this, as Raul was saying earlier, requires imagination, collaboration, social innovation. We need to be able to imagine, to envision, and create new approaches towards this problem. And sustainable nutrition, when we think about it from a systemic point of view, that's how we can achieve it. Because food is an empowering element for people. It generates well-being, it generates opportunities for employment, and it also takes care of the health of people and of the planet. Luis was saying this at the beginning, it's fundamental, and we have to have good nutrition, we have to eat well to be healthy, and from that point to look for a job and to lead healthy lives. So with all of this in mind, at the foundation, as well as investing in research and in offering data and advocating for change by collaborating and sharing, we saw that it was also necessary to take some steps further because, okay, it's good to have the data, but we needed to create these new approaches. And that's why I wanted to share with you a new initiative that we launched together with UpSocial. It's a laboratory that Raul really explained super well. I loved his presentation, by the way. It's a social innovation lab. It's the social lab La Mesa. And what we did in that lab was that we gathered together different players. We spoke, we fostered trust-building spaces for brave dialogue. And I like that expression because it's about sharing ideas based on trust in order to address a specific challenge. Because we have been told that it's important to specify the challenge if we're going to find good solutions. The challenge was to address precariousness in single-parent families in vulnerable situations. So we were talking especially about women with young children in Barcelona, in specific districts and neighborhoods. The fieldwork was really interesting and it really gave us some valuable insight about this issue because sometimes we think food insecurity is more of a financial difficulty, but there's so much more behind it. There is physical accessibility, education. So by working together with these women, we gained so much insight that we were then able to share with other groups. And it was a very diverse group that we were working with because sometimes the problem is so complex that we need to address it from different points of view. This helped us to identify levers for change, like how can we approach this differently? And the document will be published very soon, containing our takeaways from all of this and our insights. But I'm just giving you a bit of a scoop, a bit of a trailer or a teaser. So there are a lot of levers. There's education, public policies, improving accessibility, and all of these levers are crucial to address this issue in the society we live in. And then there was also a whole load of work that is also really interesting. It's already available on the Social Lab website with over 100 initiatives that were addressing this issue all around the world. By studying those initiatives and by analysing them, we shortlisted just 2 of them on a collaborative basis by talking to all of the people who take part in the Social Lab. And we chose those 2 that we thought had the greatest potential for replicability and scalability here in Spain and the potential to make the biggest impact on precariousness or on scarcity. They're currently at the prototype stage. One is more based on food corps, and it's about leveraging young people as people who can work with children in schools and help raise awareness. And then another project which is more innovative but also very necessary, which seeks to address food from a health point of view and how doctors are prescribers of health. Sometimes they prescribe medication, but often it's the food that's really crucial. And so what we want to do is to bring the doctors and other healthcare professionals in on this issue and to make them, let's say, our accomplices in addressing this challenge. So that's just a bit of a snippet of what we're doing from the foundation. I think it's all very groundbreaking, very innovative, and I don't want to say much more because we have Claudia with us who's going to tell you much more about this report. But I, from the foundation, would like to encourage everyone to innovate, to think out of the box, as Luis was saying earlier, to really try and imagine and envision, because we're currently at an ecological transition stage, and that transition needs to be fair. And that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pilar. I have a few questions, but I'm going to wait until we finish our panel to send them. We're now going to be hearing from Dr. Claudia Magaña González, who's going to be talking about that study published by the report by the lab, Claudia, or by the foundation rather. Claudia, can you hear me? Hello, yes, how are you? Okay, we have you here with us. Well, Pilar has already talked a little bit about this study that you're going to be sharing the results of now, so I'm just going to introduce you. Claudia is a social anthropologist with a degree in psychology. She works in social work and is a member of the research team at the University of Barcelona. Her lines of research are food and nutrition in vulnerable areas, the battle for food health, and the global approach of epistemologies in the South and in political, ethnic, and identity processes in communities. So, Claudia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm going to proceed to share my screen. Can you see it? Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say good morning to all of you and that it is a pleasure to be here with you presenting the results from this study, which already has been introduced briefly by Pilar. And I want to say thank you to everyone who made this study possible, especially the Carasso Foundation for their ongoing support and their commitment to sustainable food, just as has been shown in their presentation, especially focusing on social justice. I want to thank Ana Moragues, who is in charge of this study, and all of the members of the pilot committee and the different professionals who have been guiding us when we conducted our survey or our questionnaire, who helped us to put it together in all of the different ways. And thanks also to everyone who took the interview or the questionnaire online or by telephone. I also want to thank the University of Barcelona for supporting this investigation or this research. And then I also wanted to thank you, the listeners. Thank you for your interest in learning a bit more about how many people there are currently who cannot access suitable food, suitable nutrition to lead a healthy life. And so the idea is to find new ways to intervene, but really based on knowledge of the current situation. So I'm now going to go on to show you the results of this study, first of all starting with the context that inspired us to conduct this research. And as was mentioned at the beginning of this panel, food is at the core of social, ecological, economic, and health-related challenges in today's world. Social injustice is often, and social inequality is often not seen. The effects of COVID somehow seem to escape this. But we saw a lot of images of the economic impacts of the pandemic and also about the importance of food in people's lives. We also saw a lot of food banks who were able to help a lot of people. But before the pandemic, the food system still was already unable to suitably cover the needs of over 30 million people who suffer one form or other of malnutrition around the world. And in Spain, more specifically, there are up to 90,000 deaths a year linked to unsuitable food and nutrition. And the cost of addressing obesity is is huge. Recent studies show that overweight and obesity in Spain is 14 points higher in families or in households that have low income. What we eat, how we transport it, how we transform it, distribute, and dispose of our food has a direct consequence on our health and the health of our planet, and also on the ability of future generations to live and to eat properly. The current food system is responsible for 1/3 of the greenhouse gas impact, with disastrous consequences on the environment. We've all experienced that over the past few weeks. The food system is crucial for life, but also for the economy, providing sustenance for 1/3 of the world's population. In spite of that, the economic benefits of this economic system focus more and more on specific chains in this links in this chain, and sadly, the situation for the rest of them is unstable and insecure, as is the case, for instance, with people who work in delivering food, in picking fruit and vegetables, waiters. So it's important to highlight that when we're talking about food safety, the definition is the definition of it's a situation that occurs when all people have physical, social, and economic access at all times to sufficient healthy foods to satisfy their food needs and their preferences to help them lead an active and healthy life. And this interrelation between the social, economic, environmental impacts and health caused by this global food system prove that we need to transform this system towards a sustainable one, as Pilar was mentioning just a moment ago. We need to produce, transform, distribute, acquire, and consume foods in a way that benefits people, the planet, and territories. This definition of sustainable food can be broken down into 9 dimensions of sustainable food, which you can see here on the screen. And the first one involves guaranteeing the right to sustainable food. And so this starts by understanding who can't and why they can't access suitable foods to lead a social and healthy life and a dignified life. So the justification behind our research was that in Spain we don't really know how many people are unable to access this suitable food to lead this dignified life. And the levels of food insecurity are not routinely measured, which helps to make the problem more invisible. And Pilar was mentioning this, when things are not measured, it's difficult to address them. So it's really important, especially right now, when we're realizing that not just because of COVID, but with a whole series of other issues such as rising prices, understanding the scope and the nature of food insecurity on our territory is crucial to design effective solutions. There are a series of experiences that are visible or that can be measured. As you can see here on the image, they would represent the tip of the iceberg. So that would be when there is a long queue at a food bank, or how many people come, or how many subsidies are given for these food banks. But there are a whole series of elements that you can't see, such as people who suffer anxiety because they don't have the right foods, people who are physically exhausted due to a low quality diet, or people who have to decide whether the adult has food or the children have food. So this food insecurity is crucial. We have to understand it to ensure an international commitment in Spain towards the right to food by signing the Treaty for Social and Cultural Rights and Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is to end hunger and achieve food safety, promote sustainable agriculture, and so on. That was why this research and this study emerged, and the idea was to provide scientific evidence concerning food insecurity in Spain 6 months before the pandemic, and also especially during the lockdown, the first, let's say, 6 months of this pandemic, in order to raise awareness on the importance of food insecurity to build a healthier and more prosperous society. So this study, which is the first pilot study to measure food insecurity levels in Spain, was based on research and on know-how that was existing at a national and international level. It explores the levels of food insecurity using a specific scale that has been used for over 40 years in different countries by the World Food Organization, especially in studies in Latin America and so on. And what we wanted to do was to perform a preliminary characterization of this phenomenon, especially based on household food eating habits and so on. So to conduct this analysis, I can just tell you that the scale measures 4 levels of food security and the types of food insecurity, which are mild, moderate, and severe. And to analyze the results, we first conducted a descriptive stage where we characterized these levels of food insecurity by conducting 250 interviews. And we then went on to do a more detailed analysis to establish the relationship between the variables and highlight significant differences using a statistical method. And I want to highlight the importance of this scale because it had never been used in Spain before. And we know, or you will understand now when you see the results, that we can actually go deeper and deeper into a much more complex issue that is food insecurity here in Spain. So in this regard, the survey says that 13.3% of Spanish households have some form of food insecurity, so that affects about 2.5 million homes and therefore around 6,235,900 people, and that was measured between July 2020 and July 2021, which, as I was saying, was the period that we were asking and conducting our survey in. The data shows that most of the households that have some form of food insecurity are unable to access varied foods. That's shown here in this 9%, and that affects the quality of their diet. Then 6.9% of the households that we interviewed are unable to eat healthy and nutritional foods. So it's not just about the quality of the foods, but also the amount that is compromised. And that was shown in households that believed they had eaten less than they should eat, which you can see also here on the screen. We've also seen that if we compare the two periods, there is an increase in the number of households who experience food insecurity from 11.9 to 13.3 due to the COVID-19 lockdown. And this data shows that the issue in Spanish households, as Pilar just mentioned a moment ago, the issue of accessing healthy foods is structural. It's not just a context issue. First of all, we had basic data just to give us a bit of an idea, but now we have more data. And actually, there was a previous crisis before the pandemic. There have been studies at a regional level, but never before a study all across Spain to try and gauge the amount of food insecurity. And so addressing a structural issue would have been difficult without that data. This, of course, occurs most in families with socioeconomic difficulties, those who struggle to make it to the end of the month, and also those who have precarious work conditions. Of course, that is the case. And in homes with some form of insecurity, occupational insecurity is also more common. So the percentage of households where there is a person in a precarious occupational situation rises significantly to 31.3% in homes where everyone has a precarious job condition or job situation. There are homes that have food insecurity where everyone has job stability, however, and that's interesting because perhaps we should redefine the idea of precariousness because it doesn't include low income, low salaries. So there are some families who don't have sufficient resources despite having a stable job. Another very interesting element we were able to study was the significance of financial aid. Aid is really important in Spanish households, and I'm talking about financial aid and also food. Out of the entire population, more than 86% of households have food insecurity, and they are the ones who receive aid. There are significant relationships between experiencing food insecurity and receiving financial aid from family, friends, or NGOs. But if this aid comes from the public administration, it is shared out throughout the households, both those that have and those that do not have food insecurity. And that's really something very interesting that we should explore more in depth, because there is a relationship regardless of whether you have food insecurity or not. Another element that we measure is the relationship between food insecurity variables and aid in access to foods, especially from families, friends, and neighbours, from food banks and neighbourhood associations. And there are also relevant associations between families who receive subsidies of some sort and those that experience mild to moderate food insecurity. But self-consumption is not linked to this and often occurs in homes that do not have food insecurity. So if we rule out self-consumption, i.e. 10.7% of households that receive aid to access foods, that would be the visible tip of the iceberg, and that would be a very low percentage. But if we add homes with food insecurity who do self-consumption, the percentage rises to 11.7%. These data also show us that if there is someone in the household with excess weight or with some form of disability or some disease, this also influences food insecurity. And this adds to other factors such as failing to take 5 a day of food and veg, and failing to eat meat or fish or some sort of equivalent every 2 days, which is the data used by the Institute of Statistics. We find that it's 3.1%, and this is very closely linked to people who suffer food insecurity. There is also restricted use to food preparation devices, which is very significant in these types of households too. So sometimes it's not that they don't have the infrastructure, but that having the cost of having the equipment that they would need to cook properly would result in this problem. So with these results, what we think it's important is to gauge the complexity and to really understand the complexity of the issue, which goes beyond the idea of just not having financial access to food. That we have some data on prices and so on, but having understood the experience of these specific families helps us to find the link between all of the elements in the food system, such as producing, transforming, disposing, and so on, and the territorial statistics. A situation of sustainability that we have now is not really very well included in food insecurity analysis. And it doesn't usually understand or doesn't really value the experiences of the individuals. So this should be taken into account in policies and interventions in the short term. We need to be able to understand how we can change this situation that a lot of families are experiencing. And so just to conclude, and so as not to go on much further, I want to point out that this study clearly shows that in Spain this right to healthy and sustainable food is not guaranteed for citizens, and nor is the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is to end hunger. And so, based on the results that we found, it's important to acknowledge and to guarantee the access to sustainable and to healthy foods with a systemic approach by meeting the commitments that have been acquired in international treaties that have been signed by Spain as a country. The COVID pandemic, as we already mentioned, has highlighted a persistent situation in our country of food insecurity and how detrimental it can be for people's mental and physical health and for opportunities. And this also represents a collective challenge that requires structural, political, and systemic changes, not just at the peak and at the top of the structure, but also all the way down and throughout the chain in all of the work that we do with our organizations and institutions. So it's important to measure the levels of food insecurity using national statistics to monitor the state of access to, the right to access healthy and sustainable food, and understanding how this impacts individuals and people. We need to monitor these food insecurity data systematically in order to define more effective solutions and understand how their impact can contribute to reach these sustainable goals and these treaties that have been signed by Spain. And I'd like to thank you all for listening. That's all from me. And here is our contact information. And we're here to carry on talking at this panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Claudia. You're really making this a lot easier for me. So I think you guys are kind of introducing each other, so I don't have much left to say. So as Claudia said, having issues making ends meet, making it to the end of the month is of course really much intertwined with the food safety. So which is what we're going to talk about today, which is the activity that we spend a lot of time working on every day, and we organize our routines based on that. And of course, one thing leads to another. So healthy life habits help you find employment, and having a stable job also helps you have a healthier diet or a healthier nutrition. So Noemi, please come up on the floor. So Noemi Lopez is a specialist in nutritional anthropology. And of course, she also just focuses on public health and anthropology. So her lines of work, she works on the study of denutrition under children, obesity, and the issues with nutrition in a humanitarian context. And for a couple of years, she has been collaborating with us on a study destined at finding, working together with programs of employability and working with people who are at risk of exclusion. So you have the floor. Thank you so much. Can I use this? Yes. All right, great. So, good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. And I'm introducing this new project here. And honestly, we've had a great. It's great to have you here. So you might be wondering, what's a biologist like you doing in a place like this? Well, I wanted to kind of first start off with a disclaimer. I'm going to talk about the importance of the union between the academy and the third sector. So we really need to help each other. Sometimes from our offices at the university, we're investigating and we don't know why. We publish something, it stays in the limbo. But with the third sector, there is a chance of directing that study and to use that for something that actually has a goal. So that is why I also encourage you to seek out collaborations with the universities. So, as you all know, Acción contra el Hambre has been working with the Vives Emplea project for over 10 years. It started on the project over 10 years ago, the goal of which is to help the employability of people at risk of social exclusion, and also focusing a lot on motivation, self-esteem, self-knowledge. So we use different methodologies. We have groups of 10 people with individual and group dynamics. So that is basically what has been done here in Spain. But in an international level, you know that we're also fighting against the malnutrition in the entire world, in all of its spheres. So, and we have been active in over 50 countries. We are active in over 50 countries with this goal. And here we have the brains behind this project. So one of them is sitting here. We have Luis González, who used to be responsible for Acción Social, social action in Spain, and Antonio Vargas, who was in charge of nutrition and health. If I'm not mistaken, all of this started in a meeting, international meeting in South America, Panama, and they were presenting different projects in South America, and they were talking about the potential that nutrition had on the well-being and emotional well-being of people. So the conclusion was that we were not using all of our potential. So that is why we started seeing, okay, how can we start using that? How can we bring that over to Spain and start working on that? And that is why we have EpiNuts. That's where we got the idea. It all started in 2018. And this was when we all started getting together we gathered for brainstorming and see how we could bring those two concepts together. So the first thing that investigator does is kind of look at the existing bibliography. So that's what we did. We started investigating, okay, what in relationship is there between employability, unemployment, and malnutrition. So this was a study that was published in 2020. And I'm going to give you just some of the highlights. So you all know what the concept of nutritional insecurity is. It's basically a lack of access to food for several reasons. But there's also an important concept, which is the food insecurity in societies of abundance. Of course, it's not the same comparing the situation in South American countries compared to a situation in Spain. So Mabel Garcia Arnaiz was a social anthropologist, and she talked about the fact that we are currently seeing an increase of the availability and the precariousness as well. So there's a lot of food available at the supermarket. I'm sure that every time you go to the store, you see new products that are on the shelf. So there's constantly new products on the shelf at the supermarket. But what happens? What happens on the other side? If there's a lack of resources, that means that people eat fewer fresh foods because it's more expensive. People use fewer fats. We stop using olive oil, which we know is healthier. So we start using unhealthier foods. We increase our intake of simple carbohydrates such as bread, potatoes, pasta, and rice because it's cheaper. And especially, we increase our consumption of ultra-processed foods, which are very low cost and also have very little nutritional value. Why? Because they're very dense. Densely caloric foods, but little nutritional value. So all of this leads to a decrease in the quality of our diet, and in turn, also to the development of possible diseases, chronic diseases. So in 2018, we saw the appearance of a new concept. And well, we've been talking about the fact of not having economic access to food, but there's another route. Basically, even if I have money to buy food and I can afford a healthy food, there's also the concept of stress, depression, and anxiety can also allow us to opt for the more processed foods. And why? Well, because they're very tasty and they activate a very relaxing effect within our brains, in our reward system. And then this is a similar effect to the addiction that we have to drugs or alcohol. If we are stressed or if we are overworked, these type of foods can help us and make us feel better. But that's a problem, because after a short term, when that effect is over, we feel bad, we feel this sensation, this is a bad feeling that we get, and that can actually make it worse. So it's possible that we have felt this as well. So when we were investigating this, and in 2017, a study was published saying that 54.5% of the population was overweight and 17% obesity. So, of course, this is not distributed equally. Of inactive people, obesity affects people that are inactive more compared to more active people, as we can see here on the screen. And it also affects people who have a smaller percentage of income compared to those who have more money to spend on food. So there's a series of factors involved here. We have unemployment, the precariousness, then we have poverty, lack of resources. Also, having these nutrients is also very important for the immune system to fight against diseases. So that is why that would bring us over to the malnutrition, and then issues like obesity, or even issues with health, physical well-being, mental, social health, etc. So this is the factors. This is the graph that explains all of it. This is the relationship between employment and health. Of course, the lack of resources and the poverty is always going to make our health, as I said, it's going to make our health worse. because of the lack of the nutrition, and also because we're not going to have so much access, we're not going to exercise as much, because perhaps you don't have access to these spaces to exercise. It's also related to this insecurity inside the cities. And also rest, which is absolutely key to health. So people perhaps don't get to, these people perhaps can't sleep so well this night. If you have a bad diet, it's also going to affect your sleeping schedule. And also, and of course, even having money is also very important, for example, for cooking, putting on the stove, using the oven. So there's a lot of issues, perhaps even turning on the heating in your home. So there's a lot of factors to keep in mind here. So we are seeing that all of this is an intertwined network with a myriad of factors. And there's a lot of, for example, is the base educational level, the gender, the type of care, your household. So there's a lot of factors that are related. But it doesn't just go one way, it also goes the other way. So with this relationship, we also saw that employers tend to not pick obese people. For one thing, if it's face-to-face with customer service, it's because of an issue of aesthetics, but they're also related to absenteeism or to sedentary lifestyle. So, after this explanation of that relationship between employment and health, we see that there's a lot of potential to tackle a lot of these issues at once, and that was how this project was born. So when we started investigating, looking at the bibliography, we carried out a pilot project in one of the figures with the worst figures in Spain, which is the neighborhood of San Cristobal. Which also has the highest degree of employment, the most dangerous. And that's where we created the Vives Emplea project in this neighborhood of San Cristobal de los Ángeles. So what we did was we asked, we carried out a study. We saw whether there was availability of green spaces, if there was a healthy food. So we asked key players and we asked them for us to confirm if there was in fact an issue with the use of overprocessed food, the not enough exercise. But we were also able to detect a series of factors that we hadn't seen before, which is the fact that there is a huge influence of food advertisements. There's also a lack of knowledge on what is healthy and what is not healthy, so that's the lack of nutritional education. There's also a lot of fake news, a lot of fake information around food and health. And something else, which was that these people associated healthy food with expensive, so they were never going to have healthy food, which is kind of it was basically like a sentence for them. I'm never going to be able to afford this healthy food. I can't afford it. So what our idea was, we created 3 workshops, which was belonged to the Vives Emplea. So our first workshop was eating healthy, cheap, and accessible. So we gave basic advice on nutrition, micronutrients, macronutrients, the consequences of bad eating habits. And we also did an exercise, which was developing cheap and healthy menus. And then we would sort of share those menus between all the participants. And we also talked, in the second workshop, we talked about the importance of exercising. And then we also did several measures. We took the blood pressure, we measured their weight, we calculated their risk of cardiac risks, and we also gave them a step counter. And basically, by the time the program had finished, we wanted between all of them to have completed the route of St. Charles. And they really took it seriously. The Way of Santiago was they managed to achieve this between all of them by walking. So that was some great news. And then the third and last workshop was the analysis of all the labels on food. So we taught them how to read the labels, and we taught them that in many occasions they were actually buying a lot of foods that they didn't really need. So there were a lot of fake foods with a lot of fake labels. For example, for example, yogurts are already healthy in themselves. They already have the nutrients it has already helps it's already good for our stomachs. Already helps the flora of our stomach develop in a healthy way. So you don't need to add any additional things to that. So we help them kind of dispel all of these myths around foods and all these labels. So that was the first pilot project. So basically, what we did was develop a series of we did a series of questionnaires that allowed us to kind of determine how healthy these people were. So, and then we gave over that information, the results of that, to other people from the neighborhood who were not part of the program, but were in the neighborhood. So, the results of these questionnaires, well, they are published on the official reports, which you can access. But the main results basically showed that the participants of these programs had worse scores than everybody else in the neighborhood, which already are precarious, and they had higher rates of obesity, which is 25% in our participants, between 60 compared to 17% in the neighborhood. And well, the results was that these people did start to read labels more, so that was good. There was a lot more exercise done based on these challenges that we gave them, and we saw that there was a lot of group cohesion. The group cohesion also improved. So there were also saw an increase in the number of people that were made aware that they were overweight or that they had to lose weight, which is also important because if we don't acknowledge that we have a problem, we're not going to do anything to change it. And also we saw an increase of the perception of their emotional and physical health. So we saw there was a significant improvement in that as well. And last thing that we saw was that there was significant acceptance. So, of course, these people really have to accept and kind of be willing to take in all of that information. And these people were actually really happy and really excited to learn about all of this. So that was really encouraging. That was really nice to see. Something that we saw as soon as we finished the program was that some people, well, yeah, they managed to, they weren't part of these workshops. So that is why we set up this guide. We developed this guide with an action plan, which kind of shows you what to do, what steps you can take. And then there was also another part, a second part, which is a summary of all the workshops that were held. So this can be, you can see this guide, you can access this guide online. It's available online, and it's really useful for those people who perhaps who didn't have time to visit our workshops. And then, well, throughout the pandemic, we saw the food insecurity also increased radically. We saw that there were a lot of problems in Spain on behalf of our organization. A lot of people in Spain were not able to keep up their adequate nutrition throughout the pandemic. So that is why we also created another. That's why we had another project, because sometimes it's a little bit difficult to. Sometimes we ended up eating a lot of. Throughout the pandemic, we sometimes ended up eating a lot of processed foods versus healthier foods. So the idea for our project was creating a sort of card with money loaded on it, where we would give them a monthly allowance, and we would give them, together with the access to these workshops, we would also give them this card with a small allowance that they could use every month to buy healthier foods. In a way, this also reduces that paternalistic aspect of having to ask for food with your shopping cart, but you just go into the store with your regular cart, and you're also giving that sensation of empowerment, and it was very well received as well. So we saw that these people, after they received this training and after this project, they started reading labels more. They started being better informed about nutrition. And then we have the Vives Emplea Saludable. So in 2020, we created a new innovative investigation project, and the goal was of implementing all of these workshops that we have inside the program, the European program. So we started off by drafting a methodology, which was 3 projects in 2021. Now it's improved. Now we have more. Now we are working on 27 different projects with 675 people. And we're seeing that we're improving little by little. So, what's new about this? What's new about this project? Well, we still have those healthy workshops. They're a little bit shorter. They used to be 3 hour long. Now they're 2 hour long, and we do one. We hold one every 15 days. They are held online. So before it used to be the experts from the Department of Health and the Fight Against Hunger and from Acción contra el Hambre, but now we have experts from each of these areas. So we also have different information sessions every week of 30 minutes. We do 9 of these sessions once a week. And basically, we train and we help people in all of these aspects that we saw for having a balanced diet, emotional management, the prevention diseases, health and rest, and physical exercise. So we've also included workshops of physical exercise. So we have a coach, a fitness trainer, and basically once a week, or 2 times a week actually, we have this online session with the trainer, with the personal trainer, and people exercise and people have a lot of fun. And besides all of this, we've also had a lot of different healthy messages which we send out, but they also use a sense of humor. So we use, they take inspiration from TV shows, and all of this to give healthy tips. So basically, at the end of every week, people receive an audio message, a voice message, for about 30 minutes, and then they also get another message with a lot of scientific data, so that they can keep reading on that topic if they so desire. So obviously, we want to measure the impact of our program as properly as possible. So we have a control group of 12 teams, 300 participants, more or less, in each of them. And then we have another, so we have a control group, and then we have an intervention group. And then we'll also do a comparison. We're going to pre-intervention and post-intervention of the program in order to kind of see the results that it has. So this is the quantitative analysis I want to carry out. Basically, the key factors are going to be the percentage of work insertions, the objectives, the indicators of employability, but there's also other things. We're also going to do a test of cardiovascular health, food insecurity, food habits, diet habits, ultra-processed food, the use of processed foods, physical exercise, perception of their physical health, emotional, social, and satisfaction with their life. And we're also, besides the quantitative analysis, we're also going to do a qualitative analysis with the participants, with the technical teams of the work insertions. So we're currently doing a qualitative analysis with companies where we are going to try to get different perspectives of what it is to be healthy, what it is to be a healthy company. And we also want to carry out a tool in order to evaluate competences for employment and health. So we still have not received that. We still do not have any results because we're still working on it. But these are just some of the qualitatives, results that we've received. So we've already really significant results, 9.56 over 10 points. I'm just going to read some of the comments. So feeling well physically and emotionally is absolutely key in order to overcome any challenge, such as finding a job. I feel more secure. I have more self-confidence. I have improved my life habits, and I've been able to get a job, and I feel like I have much more to offer. I have been able to do several simulations of interviews with volunteer companies, and thanks to that I'm working now. I am now a person physically active. I have a lot of energy. It's part of my life, and I see it's really my efforts are really paying off. The most important thing is that I have recovered the safety in myself, so now I have managed to value myself. So obviously, the most important thing, and we see that all these people have managed to find a job and they value that very positively, but they don't just value that positively. They've also gotten a lot of other benefits from all of this. So that's all I had to say. I hope that next year I can give you some concrete results of the study. Thank you so much. So yeah, now I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to listen more about that, about some of those applications that you mentioned with the happy messages and the funny messages. So yeah, later I'm going to ask you to come up with the speakers that we just had, because we're going to have a round of questions. So in case somebody wants to perhaps start thinking about what they want more information about. But before that, I want to give you a practical case, which is our next speaker, Katy Bertio. Katy Bertio is going to be speaking in English, so I will be switching to the language.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna introduce you first.
Yes.
¿Funciona bien la traducción? ¿Sigo en inglés? Katy works promoting the well-being, in her case for migrant women, through sports and exercise. Katy is project manager in Monaliku. It's a good pronunciation.
Yes,
Monaliku.
Monaliku, yes.
An organization in which they promote health in the third sector. The project Mentor on the Move has won the Call for Good Practices of the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion in the category of inclusive employment. Katy, please let us know a little bit more about this project.
Thank you. Okay. Let me take this one. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm really honored to be here to represent our organization. It has been really great program and really inspiring program. I think I have a lot to take from here to Finland. So I am coming from Finland, Helsinki, and I present our organization, Monaliku. It's an association for sports and well-being for multicultural women. We work in the third sector. I will tell first a little bit about our organization, and then I move forward on the Mentor on the Move project. Our key expertise areas are in social inclusion through sports. So in everything we do, we use sports as our tool. Then our work is concentrating on integrating women of migrant background into the Finnish society, and also that we try to involve people more into sports for enhancing health and well-being. And that's about it. Our activities, we organize sports and physical exercise groups for women. So considering these groups, we take into consideration women-specific and needs of the women that engage in our activities. We also take into consideration cultural and also religious practices that might influence their possibility to participate in sports let's say in the public services. We also organize closed well-being group and exercise groups for migrant women, and actually in the previous presentation we have a similar approach, but it goes through sports. So we organize closed groups for women to participate once in a week for sport exercise with an instructor, and then also we bring thematical discussions about different kind of health related topics like nutrition or women's health in general, or also like techniques, what it comes in sports. Because many of the women who enter our activities might not have the background of doing sports, or because of their place of origin, maybe women's role in the society is different, that the women are not considered as to be engaged in sports actively. So these kind of things can also influence, or the infrastructure of the societies might be so that it doesn't really help to engage in sports. Then also we organize swimming teaching and aquatic exercise group for women, and this is a function that has come through these Fit for Life activities. They are organized in private groups, and the idea is to offer a safe space for women to learn swimming and to do aquatic exercise, because we realize that there are a lot of women who don't know how to swim for different reasons. Also, the swimming infrastructure, or the swimming hall infrastructures in Finland restrict their participation. Let's say when you talk about the perception of being naked in front of others. I'm not sure how I can relate this to Spain, because I'm not aware of how in Spain the infrastructure is, but in Finland it's a very open space and people are very, there is not private space, for example, changing clothes, and this is a problem for some women. Also, we organize sports events. So these are events that we try to bring together our community. They are family-oriented, so we organize activities for children and adults, and the sports is always the theme. For example, last weekend we have an event called Football for Diversity and Mental Health. So we organized an event with football, with our partner organizations in Finland, and then we have the theme of mental health. So we had a cooperation with organizations working with mental health, and we try to break the stigma of talking about mental health or how you can help your mental health. And here is a picture of our group when we have participated in this 10 kilometers women's run that is organized once in a year in Finland, in Helsinki. And we provide the tickets for our members or our participants for the run, and we try to gather. It's like more like a recreational event for boosting the sense of community through our activities. That's about Monaliiku. Shortly about our community, this is really interesting because one of the presentations before about the social ecosystems, it made me think that we would not be able to, for example, organize this Mentor on the Move project without our community and the work with the community that we have created from zero. So without these people who are in our community, we couldn't also organize things that we are doing now. Our customers are multicultural women and their families, so basically every woman is welcome to our activities, but what is different from our organizations to others that work with women, we really are focused in taking into consideration the cultural aspects, religious aspect, and women-specific needs. And we design our activities based on that. Then we have members. Our members are smaller organizations who are mostly they are established through smaller, like let's say a community of women, let's say Indian women in Finland. We try to equip them to become like active members within their own community and to take the ownership of their own, like to proceed their own goals and visions as an organization. So they become our members and then we try to support them. That's one example. Then we also have a lot of volunteers in our activities, which is very important. They have a really important role in supporting our activities because I think in NGOs in general, we know that we have challenges with fundings and resources, so it's one way to also to help with that. And then our staff is also part of our community. We try to give women who are more in vulnerable positions and let's say they don't get employed so easily, we try to give them opportunities to be employed with us too. And we take into consideration also their background. They might not have, for example, good IT skills, so we try to find a way how to support them in those kind of things. And there is an estimation of how many women move in our groups. It's approximately 170 women per week. It can be sometimes less or more, depending on where we are going in the season. And of course, COVID has impacted our activities a lot, but it made that we paralyzed because everyone knows that you have to do sports normally in a group, or of course you can do it alone, but in our activities we do it in a group. So we have to really think ways how we can tackle this issue and how we can ensure that the women still keep moving and still keep engaging to sports and to be socially interactive, even if they cannot participate in our activities. And Mentor on the Move is a good example of that also, and I will come back to that later on when we go forward now. So, Mentor on the Move mentoring program. There is, in a nutshell, what it means. It's the aim of the Mentor on the Move is to enhance the health, social well-being, and transferable skills of women of migrant background through mentoring and sports. I'll go forward. Here you can see the different parts where we try to impact with our work. In Finland, we have realized that the lack of language skills and networks has led, for example, poor engagement in the activities of the society within women, also to their employability. I'm not sure if the case is like this in Spain, but in Finland, when you talk about Finnish language, is one of the most difficult languages in the world. So it's not easy to actually learn. And what happens in the case of women, our integration system is such that it's based on employment and language learning. But let's say a woman who has a small children and they are home with kids, they don't go to that integration process. It happens that they actually stay home and they might have not any network within the society, only within their own family and with public services, and that's it. So we try to tackle this to prevent this kind of situations from happening too. And we try to impact that to reduce social exclusion of women, also to give them more information, also impact on the overall health and well-being and loneliness and challenges with mental health. So we try to bring tools to tackle this one. And the Mentor on the Move is the program that is designed, it has an impact on all of this through the mentoring. Let me see. I think I have to go forward. I will come back to this if I feel like. One thing is that we think it's important to think that how to support women's active and independent role in the society. So instead of that we tell them what to do, this Mentor on the Move program helps them to set their own goals and to think what they actually need at that moment when they are entering into the program in order for them to be more active in the society. In general, our core ideology is that we believe in sports and exercise as a factor that brings people together and enhance their overall health and well-being. And about the methodology, we combine sports and physical activity, peer mentoring, financial support. These are the three key parts of the Mentor on the Move program. So the idea is that through peer mentoring, like you use a regular mentoring program, you have a mentee and you have a mentor. But when they meet based on doing sports. So sports works as a base for the mentoring program, for the mentoring meetings. In addition to this, we provide financial support, meaning that they have a budget that they can use for doing sports. So if they feel like they want to, for example, engage in a dance class together, they can use the budget for that, a part of the budget. One is to also they can try new sports, they can try any kind of sports they want. Also, the budget can be that they go to see a football match, for example, to engage in different ways to sports. The mentor is somebody who will support the women and is ready to share their networks and ready to give information about their knowledge and things when it comes to Finnish society. So also to working life. The thing is not that it will lead to employment, but it can help with the skills that will help you to become employed. So what I want to make difference that this mentoring program is not aiming to be employed. It's aiming to help the skills that will help you to become employed. And here you can see it's kind of like I want you to think as a triangle that you have sports, you have peer mentoring, and then you have the financial support. And during the meetings, they will have the same idea of doing the goals of the mentoring, what the mentee wants, what they want to receive, where they want to go. But then same time they think, okay, what kind of sports we could do together? What would we like to do? Would we want to go for a walk, or we want to go swimming? So it's kind of like an icebreaker. That's why sports is a good tool to use in mentoring. It's kind of the icebreaker for the mentor and the mentee, because it might be difficult to meet with another person who you don't know, and how you start discussing, telling your goals, it can be a sensitive topic how you can like be effective. So sports already works as an icebreaker in those kind of situations. And it's also a good platform to know different sports and to venues and activities. And it helps with the communication, and also the resources it helps with the socio-economic situation of the people. The target group as the mentees are women who have migrated to Finland or who do not have a direct personal contact to the local community. And also those women who are looking or seeking to become active in sports and expand their networks and learn about the Finnish society. And here is the short profile of the women. In fall 2021, we had 24 mentees in total, between ages of 26 and 49 years, highest number in 30 to 35 years. And 7 out of them were outside of working life, or unemployed, or parental or care leave. And 5 of them were in full-time jobs, and 6 in part-time jobs, and 5 in studying. And there was a great variety in years of the residence in Finland, from 1 year to 23 years. So you can think that there is still need, even after 20 years of being Finland, you might need support in finding networks. And this is the real issue in Finland, that people who stay for more than 10 years or 15 years, they still struggle with being inclusive in the society because of the language, and the language is one of the key barriers. Here is some of the things that people have said about why they came to the program. I can read maybe one of them, like improve my language, learn new things, improve myself, and make new friends. Teach others too. I am active and social person. And I would like to improve my language skills in Finnish. I don't understand the language well at work. There is examples of the goals that the mentees have achieved this was in 2020. Adding more sports to their daily lives, 5 mentees, improving their health with exercise, 3 mentees, improving social inclusion and well-being, and improving Finnish language, 13 mentees. So you can see from here that one of the key motivations for them was to learn the Finnish language and to practice the language with somebody. And results in 2021, physical results, social results, and integration results. I'm not going to go in details. Maybe you can take a picture of this, because I think my time is running. But we wanted to share in this different kind of results. Some of them you can measure through questionnaires, but then there are also results that are very difficult to measure. Let's say intangible results, like friendships. We know that some of the mentoring pairs, they found friendship through this program. They have established a friendship even if they have went out of the program. One is overcoming obstacles together, fear of heights. This was one pair was that both of them have fear of heights, And what they put as their goal in the program was to overcome this fear together. So they start from going for walks, and they go to a bridge and hold their hands together. And I think this kind of example is really great of result how you can support each other through the program. And from that, I'm not sure, I cannot now say how it evolved, what did it end, how high they went, but that was one of the results. Also, overcoming obstacles with the help of the mentor. One of the women had fear of water, so the mentor helped with this one, that they start going together to swim and to start with how to be in the water. Then some people have find regular hobbies through being able to try different sports. And in addition to this, in Finland, the hobbies costs have more than tripled in past 15 years. So access to hobbies in Finland is actually, it is more coming like an elite thing, that people with a good financial situation are actually being able to access to sports, and then there are people with a weaker with weaker economic situation, they cannot access sports. Then also new experiences. And about the COVID, I was saying, I come back to it. This actually happened, we have established this program 2018, where we had it as a pilot from 2018 to 2020. Then 2020, 2021, when the COVID was more, we have it going on, and then everything paralyzed. But this was actually for some people like a savior to meet somebody regularly. So it was also working through the COVID time very well, that some people didn't maybe feel safe to meet face-to-face, so they met online, but they were still active through the program. But then some people, they meet with safe distances, they go for walks. Of course, the fact that the sports groups and everything was closed for a while, people couldn't participate in those, but they find ways, and some people said it was a savior to meet during those hard times when everybody has to be socially restricted. Yeah. I guess that's all. I hope I made a very insightful presentation for you. If anyone wants to come and talk with me about the program or our activities in general, just come and talk to me freely. And my colleague Nicole is also here, so she can also tell about the program and our activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Katina. Stay here, please.
Okay.
Muchísimas gracias.
We are going to open a time for questions quickly, but os pido, por favor.
Please, Pilar and Noemi, come up to the stage. We're going to now do a quick round of questions because we're a bit tight for time. So please sit down. I'm going to take a seat as well. So if there are any questions, I think we'll do the same dynamics as before. Just raise your hands and they will hand the microphone to you.
Kati?
Yes, I have two questions. I'm going to do them in order of speaker. The first one is for Pilar, and it's basically, I'm just curious because you mentioned that there are attempts being made to try and influence or coordinate with the healthcare system to try and include the topic of healthy eating in as if it were just another aspect of people's health. And I wanted to know how you're doing that. Sorry, just one thing before you answer. Claudia is also with us online, so if you can address any questions to her. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know what that screech was. When we were talking about this systemic approach, ultimately people's health is fundamental and there is a very clear link between food and health. between nutrition and health, Noemi explained it very well, because beyond obesity, there are a whole series of diseases and illnesses that are linked to food, such as endocrine issues, cancer, and so on. So in our foundation, we work at all kinds of levels, from promoting or supporting a think tank on food transition. We have a think tank that it comprises professionals from different disciplines, including nutritionists and doctors, who work hand in hand with professionals from public policies, from the farming industry, to gather and share knowledge in order to all work together and advocate towards this, to address an issue that really isn't always clear. So it's about generating data and scientific evidence, which we think is crucial. And thanks to this social lab, what we saw is that healthcare professionals, and I'm talking doctors, nutritionists, nurses, all of the healthcare system has so much to say, and they can really do so much towards this transition. And one of the outcomes of this social lab that I was mentioning earlier, it's one of those projects that is currently at the prototype stage, and the idea is to, well, we're currently designing it, which is why I'm not giving you much more information at the moment. But the idea is to link this all up to healthcare agencies and to a whole series of other professionals to see how we can really structure it and bring it all together. As I was saying, it's in the design phase. It's a prototype, but I can give you more information. It's about Health Reads. It's based on Health Reads, which is in motion in the United States, where doctors prescribe health and healthy living. And if Nicolas Olea says it, and he's a doctor from the Alimenta group, it's not just about prescribing medicine and drugs, it's about prescribing a healthy diet and a healthy lifestyle. And I also mean healthy for the planet, okay? Not just healthy for individuals, but also understanding where those foods are sourced from, having fresh proximity, local foods, local produce, because that also affects our health and that of the planet. Can I do my second question? This one is for Kati. And the question is, have you thought or have you detected whether these women who take part in your program are also agents who can drive change with other women who do not take part in the program, but who are in contact with these women?
Their health, or let's say they don't have the capability for, let's say there is other kind of things that affect in their life, maybe they don't find themselves the power to come. So you first have to create trust within the community, maybe with one person only, so that you can engage more. I hope I answered the question well. Yeah.
Any more questions? We're also receiving questions through the live stream.
Monica Nagore says, very inspiring. What has been the main challenge you encountered in these projects and how to tackle it?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. What has been the main challenge in this project and how you tackle it?
In the Mentor on the Move project?
Yeah.
The main challenge, I think one of the main challenges is communication. When you communicate with people with different, who have different language background, also different way of communicating, different understanding of communication methods. That's one of the biggest challenges, that you have to take into consideration different ways of communicating and how to adjust it in the program. I think that's one of the biggest challenge, and it's also one of the biggest challenge also was how in the beginning how to reach, for example, mentors who are willing to come to the program and give their time and space, also with the understanding of that they might be working with a person who comes from totally different backgrounds. So how to create the understanding and educate them about that, how you can, for example, be a culturally sensitive mentor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? There's 2 here. Yes, my question will be very brief. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. These presentations have been really interesting and very inspiring too. I have a question for you, Pilar. It's great for us, that study that you conducted at a national level is really useful. And we are also working in 50 different countries, and we're trying to do similar things. But in Spain, as you said, food insecurity doesn't exist because nobody's measuring it. And that's really something very unfortunate. We're working on that too. And the study that you conducted with the University of Barcelona is helping to highlight evidence to promote that systemic approach that you were talking about, and to link food insecurity to other political priorities on the political agenda, to ensure that nutrition and food can really regain the significance that it has. So my question is basically, how do you foresee the continuity of this study? Will there be any continuity? Is there a ministry that is open to supporting it, funding it? Will there be subsequent, 5-year studies, 1-year studies? That's my question. Thank you very much. Well, the question would be, okay, with this study, what we wanted to do was to highlight the need for measurement. And I think there is a political commitment, and there is a commitment towards food insecurity and towards the SDGs. And food insecurity is one of those priorities on the SDG list. So we're just currently promoting the results of our study and also highlighting, as I was saying, the need to measure things. We want it to be public institutions and national institutes of statistics to the ones who make these measures. Some of the questions that we posed could be maybe adapted to the different statistical systems. We could have a much bigger sample in the study. So as I was saying, the idea would be for them to take over, for these institutions to take over and to be committed with this. I think there's another question at the back there.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. It's not my topic, but I hope the question makes sense. It's for Dr. Noemi. You did mention briefly that the chain goes the other way, so there's maybe probably because of fat phobia, there's less employment for people with obesity. So I was wondering if through your program you take any precautions to avoid stigmatization for these kind of issues, and also to avoid triggering any disordered eating because we're talking around food. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, it is a real problem, and what we want to do is address that through the qualitative study that we conducted with companies, with employers, and with groups of workers. It's a delicate topic because you can't just openly ask or directly ask whether that happens in their company, but using indirect questions, let's say our initial approach or initial approximation, to work with companies who are interested in this and to see whether actually these dynamics do exist in companies and how we could address them in the future, also using the discourse that we have in our programs. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we've run out of time now, so we're going to finish our round of questions here. Hopefully there'll be a bit of time for pending questions at the end. I just want to thank all of you for being here. Claudia as well, she's no longer with us. Thanks Noemi, Pilar, and thank you, Kati. We're now going to go straight on to the next panel, where we will be talking about the digital decade that we're living in. And I'm going to move into English because our next speakers will be speaking English.
We cannot imagine our lives without digital technologies. In the last years, we have used them more and more in so many different fields, work, leisure time, and also in education. In fact, the way we learn in schools not so long ago is totally different to the skills that children nowadays and teachers are using now. What is the problem? That not everybody can get them. During next minutes, we are going to talk about innovation and inclusion. Our first guest to this table is Leonie Balting, is Policy Assistant in the Digital Education Unit, Department of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture on the European Commission. He works on the Action Plan of Digital Education 2021-2027, specifically on the 13th action, which works on improving girls' and women participation in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. Please. Leonie, come here.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Sorry, Leonie.
Yeah, I'm not in the room, unfortunately. I'm in Brussels, not in Madrid. But thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me. Please let me know if it's working.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the introduction. I will go share my screen. Before I do so, I want to thank Axon Contralambre for inviting me to speak today. So my name is Leonie Bulting. I work for the European Commission and more specifically the Director General for Education and Culture. Like mentioned before, I work in the digital education unit. So we are specifically, we're a team of about 20 people here in DG EAC who work on the implementation of the Digital Education Action Plan. So today I'll present that plan, of course, with an inclusion perspective. I'm now going to share my screen and then hopefully present. I hope you can see it. All right, so there we go. The Digital Education Action Plan is the European Commission strategy for digital education. It's not the first action plan. We also had one in 2018-2020. So the one we are currently on spans from 2021 to 2027. And today I'm going to present a little bit the political strategy and vision behind this action plan. Then I will go a bit into its actions and priorities. I'm going to focus and hopefully make it a bit more, concrete and focus on concrete initiatives that are contributing to making digital teaching and learning more inclusive. And then also I will mention, of course, how you could get involved, because just listening to the previous interventions, there are some really interesting organizations here in the room as well as on stage that could be very useful to be involved in our action plan. So basically, the Digital Education Action Plan comes from a need and an overall vision of our European Commission that's called the Europe Fit for the Digital Age. So digital technology, as we all know, is changing people's lives. It's really changing the way we teach and learn, but it's also changing the way we communicate. It's changing the way people work. And we need to make sure that this transformation, this digital transition, as it's called, works for all people and businesses. It's really about not leaving anyone behind. This is the overall grand strategy. So this Europe Fit for the Digital Age It goes way beyond education, of course. It also goes into business, it goes into communication, it goes into many, many different aspects. And then it's broken down into the 3 initiatives I'm going to present here, which is the 2030 Digital Compass, Achieving the European Education Area by 2025, and Next Generation EU. So these are all part of that bigger vision, and they also directly feed in the Digital Education Action Plan. So I'm just briefly mentioning this because this is the sort of policy context, and it will help you contextualize a bit our vision for the action plan. So first, this 2030 Digital Compass, that's related to the Digital Decade Strategy. This covers skills, it covers government, infrastructure, and business. And it's the strategy that has very concrete targets, and 2 of those are really important for our action plan. One is that by 2030, we want to have 20 million ICT specialists. Currently, we have a big gap in Europe on the labor market when it comes to advanced digital skills. So by 2030, we want an additional 20 million ICT specialists, and we want those to be gender balanced. And then additionally, we also want a minimum of 80% of the population in the EU to have at least basic digital skills. So I will talk a bit about that later, but we also are facing huge gaps in terms of basic digital skills. I think we're currently at about 58. I don't know the exact number, but this is the current number. So we still have a long way to go and not too much time. So that Next Generation EU, I think you've might have heard about it. This is related to the Recovery and Resilience Plan funding. So this is the European strategy to recover from the pandemic. And it has a big digital dimension, which also feeds again in our action plan. So how and why do we need this action plan? So it was adopted in September 30th of September, in 2020. So you can already, by listening to that date, imagine the time we were in for education also specifically. So this was really the high days of the COVID-19 crisis. It was the time where all the schools were closing. We were in a remote emergency teaching mode, and we were feeling a lot of course, needs and challenges from our stakeholders that we then fed into the action plan. So in the one hand, the action plan addresses the implications of that crisis. So a bit more on the short term, and then on the other hand, it is also more of a long-term vision for how we want to make sure that our digital education is of high quality and it is inclusive. So it's an integrated and comprehensive approach, and it outlines a sort of common understanding and vision around what high quality and inclusive digital education looks like. The action plan leverages different funding mechanisms. Of course, Erasmus Plus is our major, biggest program for education and research. Not for research, but research on education. But it also draws on Horizon Europe, for example, Digital Europe program, as I mentioned, the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Connecting Europe Facility. So we talked to our stakeholders. Our action plan is not coming out of the sky, but we talked to our stakeholder community on all sorts of levels in 2020. We did that through, first of all, high-level political events that we organized. So on the right, you can see some pictures, for example, of Sabine Verheijen, who is the chair of the Cult Committee in the European Parliament. But also, for example, you see Executive Vice President Vestager, who is talking to students in a Danish school. So we went also to speak, for example, to the Committee of the Regions, so regional and local authorities. And then we, in addition to that, because of course we were in a very special time, we published an open public consultation, which means it's sort of the EU tool to consult the wider community and to consult EU citizens. And this yielded about 2,700 contributions, which is quite high for such a tool. And I'm just going to quickly show you the highlights of what we found there, because it's directly related to how our action plan looks like. So this open public consultation, I mean, the main goal of it was to reach out to teachers, to schools, but also civil society organizations, private sector, higher education students and staff, as well as researchers, and to go and ask where they see the gaps, the needs, and the opportunities for using digital tools in teaching and learning. And what we saw there, a very clear thing that came out of it, was that for 90% of the respondents, so of those 2,700, the COVID crisis was an absolute turning point for the use of technologies and education, which is in the end not very surprising. We also saw that as main concerns, and this is maybe it's important today on the topic of inclusion, was the deepening socioeconomic inequalities and the new divides that were created. Those divides were both in terms of infrastructure, so thinking about good Wi-Fi, good connectivity, but also equipment like laptops, computers. We saw that those socioeconomic inequalities were not just within or between countries, but also within countries. Usually there was a sort of urban-rural divide, and it was really widespread across the EU. We also saw a clear recognition there of the importance of digital skills and competences for life and work. And interestingly, we asked them as well to identify some of those skills and digital skills and which ones they would think is the most important for the 21st century. And there we saw, for example, identifying facts from fake information online. So there's, of course, a big discussion around disinformation, and we've also recently taken action here in our unit. I'll present this later. Managing overload of information and navigating safely online. So we also saw personal data and privacy concerns. What we clearly saw as a need across the board from all the sectors was that we need more cooperation and we need more stakeholder engagement. And only when we have that cooperation across silos with different levels and across sectors, we can be successful in the implementation of our action plan. So all of these things we took forward, and I'm just gonna talk you through how it looks like. So basically, the main high goal is to have high quality and inclusive digital education. So it's really there, these measures, these actions, there are 13 of them, to support member states into making their education training systems fit for the digital age. And it does that through two strategic priorities. So on the one hand, we have 5 actions that are focused on the development of a high-performing digital education ecosystem. This is, again, like digital capacity of schools, it's teacher digital skills, it's having the software and the hardware, so the infrastructure. It's having the critical skills to be able to navigate, for example, the use of artificial intelligence in education training. It's also, for example, Selfie for Teachers, which is a self-reflection tool that is quite well used as well in Spain. So that's the ecosystem way. Then we have a completely dedicated priority, the second one, on digital skills. And this goes from basic all the way to advanced. So now the main question of today is, how does this action plan actually contribute to ensuring inclusive digital learning and teaching? So I've reflected a little bit on where the gaps are and where also inclusion is at risk, and we're at risk of leaving people behind. So first of all, just to go back to the Recovery and Resilience Facility, because I think it's quite an important one. So this is tied to the Next Generation EU, which I mentioned before. So it's our strategy of the Commission to help member states and all countries to recover from the pandemic crisis. And it has a digital dimension that's quite big. So basically, the EU had asked each and every member state to make a recovery and resilience plan, so a national plan, to divide the funds that they would be given. And one of the rules, or one of the prerequisites, was that 30%, if I'm not mistaken, had to go to digital purposes. And what we've seen is that almost all member states have identified digital education as a strategic priority in their RRF plans. So there's a huge awareness right now. There's a huge moment right now for digital education. And you see that those planned expenditures of digital education, in some countries that's really high, in other countries that's a bit less high, but you do see it across the board in all member states. And just to say, and to as a reminder, we're talking about 806.9 billion euros. So it's a huge fund. And of that 806.9 billion, 30% will go to education, and 30% of that 13% go to digital education specifically. So that's a huge amount of funding, and it will go mostly to digital infrastructure, equipment, skills of the adult population, teacher training, and digital education platforms. So all of those challenges I've mentioned before that are creating those inequalities and are leaving people behind, they are being tackled with European funding in terms of the RRF. The Digital Education Action Plan, of course, monitors this, is in constant contact with member states. And this also goes into my next action. So this is one of the flagship actions of our plan. It's called the Structured Dialogue on Digital Education and Skills. Here, this is being held on multiple levels, but the main objective is where we go and talk to member states about their digital education skills and needs. And we try to do is, because we used to have a constellation where we would only talk to digital education ministries of education in member states, but we are seeing more and more of a need for that enforced cooperation across silos. So we're talking now, I think we've had already 16 bilaterals with 16 member states. We're talking with ministries of education, ministries of economy, employment. So we're going across the borders and we're having this whole government approach. We also are talking to private sector, and often there's also civil society organizations involved in these bilaterals. So we're doing this in a very fast tempo. So by the end of 2022, we will have covered all 27 member states. And what we want to do with this is to have council recommendations. So this is one of our most powerful political tools that we have, because of course we are bound to what we call subsidiarity principle. So we can't create or develop laws in the arena of education, and we have to respect national subsidiarity. But what we can do is recommend member states with very clear-cut policy recommendations. So there will be two coming out in Q1 2023. One will be on the enabling factors, and one will be on digital skills provision. So I go a little bit more in detail here. The council recommendation on the enabling factors. What I mean with enabling factors is really connectivity and equipment gaps. So gaps in accessibility and availability, for example, in assistive technologies, we see that's a major issue. But also gaps in digital skills of teaching staff. We've seen that come back again and again, as well as gaps in the capacity of education and training institutions to adapt and digitize. So what we want to do with these recommendations is directly address those problems, and also, of course, the outcomes and problems that we have seen coming up in these bilaterals that we are having with member states. And we will set out what needs to be done for each of these enabling factors in form both of investment and policy reforms. So, for example, we would give a very concrete solution for teacher digital skills in terms of where, not only how, which funding, and the fact that it needs investment, but also how can we make that investment as most efficient as possible. And then also give policy recommendations on who and why and who should be involved on that particular area. So this second proposal for council recommendation is on digital skills, education and training. It's more on the provision side. So it's how can we make sure that the digital skills and competence being taught to in education, how can we make sure it's taught in the most efficient and pedagogically responsible way? And I mean, this is a clear answer again to the lack that we see, and of course the digital decade target. So we're seeing 1/3 of the EU labor force lacks the basic digital skills required in most jobs. 1/3 of the 8th graders lack basic digital skills when directly tested. And there's a huge shortage, again, of digital experts, so more on the advanced side. So we will promote a quality, inclusive, coherent, and coordinated approach to the provision of digital skills in all levels of education and training. Then under priority 2, to give you another example of an action of our plan, this is the one I am coordinating on. So it's called Women's Participation in STEM. So here we are addressing the underrepresentation of women in the science, technology, engineering, and math sector, but also the ICT sector. And we are doing that with 2 projects. One is called Girls Go Circular, and the other is eSTEAM Fest. So why are we doing that? I mean, the numbers, they are very clear, and they have been very clear for a very long time. Basically, when we test 8th graders, young girls and boys, we see that there's absolutely no difference in their performance when it comes to STEM, right? And then when we go a bit later down the pipeline, beyond the year of 12, like beyond when they're 12, you see that 1 in 3 STEM graduates is female. Only 22% are ICT graduates. We see that 19% of professionals in the tech sector are women, so only 19% in the EU. And this even decreases when you go to management positions or if you go to leadership. And we see that 24% of self-employed professionals in technical professions, such as science, engineering, or ICT, are women. So this is what we call the leaky pipeline, where girls are actually outperforming boys often when they are in elementary school. And then once they start going to secondary school and then go look to higher education, they start dropping off from those subjects. So the leaky pipeline. The good news is here, there's a bit of an increase in our recent studies. So we have the She Figures studies. If you're interested in this topic, I would recommend, where we see that it went from 39% of female scientists and engineers in 2011 to 41 in 2020. As you can see, that's not great news. It's just good news. We can do a lot better. So what are the barriers that women are facing? I mean, this is quite known. So we're facing confidence gap. So we're seeing that boys, their perception of how they are using, how comfortable they are with, for example, installing software. I mean, there's studies about this. Boys, they all score themselves very confident and very, capable, while girls doing exactly the same or even outperforming have the perception that they are actually performing less. Then they have the gender stereotypes, where of course ICT, the idea of a nerd, all those techie kind of world is male and it's male dominated. This is impacting, of course, also our girls. And we have a lack of female role models, because you see the numbers, there are very little females in those sectors. So this one I can skip. So Girls Go Circular, what are we doing about it? Basically, we have an online, free, accessible online learning program, and it's focused on topics related to the circular economy, but it's really about boosting the entrepreneurial and digital competences of girls between 14 and 19-year-olds. So it says 14 to 18, but it's actually 14 to 19. We have reached, this program started with the pilot in 2020. And since then we have about, I think it's now almost 15,000 girls reached in 12 countries. So there are girls in secondary school and classroom by teachers. So the teachers are trained and supported to use this online learning program, and they do then sort of challenges and very hands-on, practical group work to be able to advance these skills. So that's one really concrete example. The other one is the eSTEAM Fest. These are sort of festivals, and I think a lot of people know what STEAM is, which is it's science, technology, engineering, and then the A is for arts, but the E in front of it is for entrepreneurial. So these are sort of safe spaces that we're organizing, 2-day festivals for girls and women of all ages to also improve their digital and entrepreneurial competences. We're doing this in multiple countries. Still this year, we are going to Malta and Ireland with the Girls Festival, and we're going to Greece with the women. And so we bring these women and girls together, and then sort of tackle all sorts of challenges and workshops. For example, we had a workshop on the metaverse. We had a challenge for the 16-year-old girls to make a business case, and we make sure it's female-only spaces. That's why we say safe spaces, where girls can also exchange on, their experiences as a woman in these fields. For the younger girls, of course, we already start with 9-year-olds. There we really just try to bring the basics of some of the, for example, deep tech concepts, coding concepts, and hopefully inspire some of these girls to actually pursue those careers. So what's going to happen next year? I mean, just to recap, I've given 3 concrete examples of initiatives we have under our action plan that are related to inclusion. But we have much more stuff going on. Also looking ahead, so in 2023 will be the European Year of Skills. So this year we had the European Year of Youth. But so next year we're going to look at skills. This was announced by Ursula von der Leyen in her latest State of the Union speech, and this is of course going to have a digital dimension. So I think the priority in terms of policy will there will be a lot of attention to digital skills, both basic and advanced. And then I just wanted to mention that on 25th of October we published ethical guidelines on the use of AI, so artificial intelligence and data, for educators. So this is for teachers and educational staff who have no prior experience of using AI, but want to introduce those concepts in the classroom. And so these are really practical guidelines with tips on how to tackle these topics. We have done the same also for disinformation and promoting digital literacy. This was published on the 11th of October, so they're really fresh off the press. They've been translated in all EU languages, and you can just find them online for free. So finally, and I know I'm talking a long time, the question is, how can you get involved? So we have 13 actions, and then we have sort of a 14th big flagship one that is not an action in itself, but almost a priority in itself. It's called the European Digital Education Hub. And this is really an answer to our stakeholders' needs for more cross-sectorial cooperation. So what we've seen is that digital education topics like interoperability, for example, or teacher digital skills often goes beyond the sector, education sector. So it goes beyond just secondary, but it also crosses into, for example, informal and non-formal learning environments. All these different sectors are facing similar issues. So what we've done is we've launched a big cross-sectorial platform called the European Digital Education Hub. It's only launched since 23rd of June. We already have, I think, almost close to 1,500 people registered and part of the community. So it's a community of practice, and it has three main activities: community for cooperation, it's knowledge sharing and mapping, and we're also having accelerator programs for innovation in digital education to actually test case certain solutions. Here we're working really with anywhere from edtech to research and innovation companies to teachers to students to we want to have as wide as a stakeholder community as possible. So you can find the link again online to register for this hub if you would be working on digital education topics or would like to learn more. This is where I'll finish my presentation, and please get in touch. You can see here my contacts, our functional mailbox as well as our webpage. And I'm happy to answer any questions later on. Thank you.
Some questions, but now I want to welcome also Toni Caro, that is also connected online. Toni, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here listening
Hello.
very well.
Hello, Toni.
How are you?
I'm going to introduce you. You can add another different perspective about digital and innovation. She's a senior researcher in the technology of the Digital Society Unit of the I2CAT Foundation, director of the International Investigation Project Office of the Valencia International University, and founders of the think tank called For Good to push transformation for the common good. You have the word, Toni.
Thank you very much. I'll share my screen. And I would like to ask how many minutes do we have so that I try to be as short as possible.
¿Hay otra más?
Yes?
20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes. So I'll try to be as quick as possible, because I know it's very tiring when we're listening to many people. But the first thing I want to say is that I feel really thankful for this invitation, for participating and listening to all the presentations. It was a pity I couldn't be in Madrid. I'm in Stockholm at the moment, participating in a big conference about societal impacts of social science and innovation. So, but this is really, really aligned with what we are doing. By the way, Leonie, your colleague Veronica Mobilio was in Barcelona talking about this plan in a congress we had a month ago, which is very aligned with what we are doing. And I'm going to bring this perspective, which is the living labs, the social innovation, and the alignment with the new European Innovation Agenda, which I think embraces many things that you are talking about. I will focus on these systemic socio-digital transformations in systems in transition. The systemic approach was already coming in some of the presentations and in the questions. So we align, and I feel really comfortable in the forum. And I will be focusing just on these three topics, which embrace these systems in transition, from the twin to the triple transition, from triple helix to quadruple helix innovation, and from living labs to the new generation of real quadruple helix collaborations. And that was coming in also in Leonie's approach for getting this citizens participation, this multi-stakeholder participation in the decision making, in the policy definition of the agendas, etc. So I will go as quick as possible to explain what we are doing from ENOL, which is the European network of living labs that started already in 2006, that is coming global with many countries and many living labs of different types as part of the network. And we have this action-oriented task force specifically on social innovation. What do we do there? We are just boosting the new generation of living labs with this idea of the quadruple helix. I will talk a little bit later. To achieve the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, so inclusiveness and a fair approach to all the citizens in the world, this universal approach to connectivity and education and all the different services that should be fair and open to every citizen in the world. So that's promotion of the universal digital rights. And I want to stop a lot here. Maybe later in the questions we can go a little bit deeper. Why are we addressing these issues, not only from ENOL, but from also some other networks like the European School of Social Innovation, especially from the platform you are working and preparing this meeting today, but also organizations like I2CAT Foundation and our unit, the Digital Society Technology, or these fully online universities that are trying to push forward these ideas. And I like images. I'm going to use a few of them in the presentation. And this one, I really like it because usually simple questions are easier and they are shorter, but they are wrong. So we are seeing most of our efforts, our research results, our innovators going through the cliffs because, going the right direction, which is more complex in this complex system in transition. It goes very bendy, so innovation is not linear, and it makes the effort of going up the hill and not with so many people around. So we have to convince more people that we need to shift. And this is what we are doing, just shifting for what we were talking about when we were preparing the new plan for Europe for 2021 to 2027, we were thinking, okay, we have to align with the Sustainable Development Goals and the global agenda. And we were talking about the twin transition, the green and the digital. But we were really having the feeling that something was missing. And we started to think how to include what we came to call the triple transition. And would like to play a short video, if maybe you can play it from the place there, maybe for the...
And France, correct? France, indeed.
My sister's honor will not wait a moment longer.
I'll handle this. D'Artagnan. We also protect each other. All for one, one for all.
Well, this is just some short idea that, or a strong idea we wanted to put together to say, okay, the twin and the twin transition, the green and the digital is fine, but what for? And that's when it came that the social transition should be in the driving wheel of everything that we do. And that's very well connected with all the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. So if we don't make the transformation in our behaviors, if we don't take the, let me pass this and see. Yeah, if we don't take these multiple agents together to think, to make things in a different way, and to get responsible and responsive acts in our everyday life, in the things that we do, we cannot change towards the right direction. So we have all the tools. I mean, and from research and innovation, we see we have the tools. We have been talking about studies, about indicators, about following up, monitoring what we are doing. But the most difficult thing is how we make everyone aware, every one of us, that we have a responsibility for making this happen in the right direction, for the common good, for getting everyone included in the equation of the use of resources, or the connection, the connectivity into the internet, or the universal approach to all the services that we need. No, so we came with this idea of the 3 musketeers. We call them like that. The envisaging and pursuing a one for all for one triple transition, the social, green, and digital. It's becoming an open access in a chapter in 2 weeks, so that I don't have time to go deeper, but it will be there for all of you to see what we were thinking that it should look like if we put the three ones together. The following question is how we go from these triple to quadruple helix innovation models, and this is something that we have been also struggling a little bit for the last years. So we have some collaborative approaches in the regions, in different settings and contexts, but we usually see that there is not full participation of citizens and social sector organizations, etc. So we need to get a quadruple helix approach to society really to participate in everything that we do. And the question is, how do we do it? These are the models, so we can say very nice words, this is needed, but then we really need to go a little bit deeper and see how it can be done. Let's see if it works. Okay, so this is done by different policy agendas. So we have listened to the ambitious agenda that DG EAC has, and not only the Directorate General for Education and all the other words that come together with education, culture, sport, youth, etc. But they are working really hard in collaboration with other units in different departments of the European Commission. We are following up a lot the work of the European Innovation Council, because we are designers of new approaches for social innovation and socio-digital innovation for things to change. So this is how it looks, the new European Innovation Agenda with the 5 flagships. So I don't have time to go through all of them because it's a short time, but I want to stop in the living labs approach, like spaces of experimentation, because this is coming more and more normal in the way we work, in collaborative approaches, in different domains and in different contexts. So and it's really related to the work we are doing in ENOL and also in the regions in Catalonia or Hamburg or Krakow, in different places. So I'm going to talk and going a little bit to the following layer. I mean, from the vision of the triple helix to the policy agendas to the funding programs. This is a Horizon Europe program, and we see in Pillar 3 of Horizon Europe, I don't have time to explain the whole Horizon Europe program, which is the big framework program for funding research and innovation for the period 2021-2027, divided in these 3 pillars. We are working on Pillar 3 at the moment because we want to see how to generate these European innovation ecosystems where we can bring these ideas of the triple transition, the inclusive digital innovation, where social, fair and inclusive approaches are coming in. So this is the funding program, and I'm going to the following layer, which is the project. So when things start to happen in a real case, and you were also explaining some examples of projects and initiatives that you are doing. This is I'm going to introduce very briefly this project that it has been approved. We will start working on it in February 2023. It's for 2 years. And the idea here is how do we integrate this 3 helix and 4 helix model for generating the European innovation ecosystem. It is focused on, and I was listening also the work that you are doing on healthy living and well-being. It is focused on this topic. It's a coordination and support action, and we are going to do a pilot with 3 regions to see how this technology-driven innovation gets together with this social digital driven innovation, so that we try to design a new way of doing innovation that is taking into account something that is not only focused on profit or in the return on investment in a monetarization way, but also on the well-being of people, on the inclusivity, on the different targets of these sustainable development goals, and how it has an impact on the well-being and the healthy living of people. So don't have either time to speak more longer in the project, but we can you can see here that is very multi partner with different type of knowledges and expertise. So we are trying also from the projects to apply what we are trying to convey in our approaches. This is how we are working in Catalonia. This is part of the our case study with the different living labs that we are working with for some years now in different topics and sectors, and will be part of this work of the Integer project I was presenting before. And these are concrete institutions that are being integrated in this business and social-driven innovation. You see I2CAT there in the middle, because we are a bridge between the two worlds. And here you can see our first pilots that's for this collaboratory of health and innovation. So, and just to conclude and just to remark this triple transition, which should be human-centric, responsible, and responsive transition, with all of us embark on making little changes, putting our dropping our drop of water on the ocean. We say in Spanish, poner nuestro granito de arena. So if we are aware of our importance, of our little actions, that's we are doing a lot. Then the quadruple helix multi-eye collaborative approach. I didn't have time to go a little deeper on this multi-eye approach, which I'm developing as from this EO for Good leading systemic transformation for the common goods, which goes from interpersonal collaborations to international collaborative projects and approaches. So, and it's a multiple variety of collaborations there, intersectorial, interdisciplinary, intergenerational. So we have a number of collaborative approach that will help us to design the new generation of living labs. If we can bring all these knowledges, all these different type of collaboration together. And then we have to finalize the social digital innovation as driver of long-term transformation for the common goods. And this is, if we are aware that whatever we design, whatever we do, is for the sake of the common goods, for society to work better, for the environment to be more balanced, then we'll be going in the right direction. And thank you very much for listening, and I'll be very open to discuss and to have a dialogue with you. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Tony. We are going quickly to our last guest of this table, this panel, is Serena Bonfatti. Serena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. She has worked putting into effect several projects of innovation in different companies. Nowadays, Serena is a member of the directive board of API Torino, which is an association with more or less 2,000 companies, and also of the APID, which is an association of women with more than 300 leading companies. APID has won the Call for Good Practices of the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion in the category of inclusive entrepreneurship. Serena, please talk about us in 7 minutes.
Yes, with pleasure. Before sharing my screen, let me say to everybody that it's a big pleasure for me to be here with you all. to Madrid. But believe me when I'm saying that even if I'm far away, I have the feeling to be with you all there. So thanks for your invitation from myself, but also on behalf of APID. So let me share with you now my presentation. Here we go. Can you see the presentation?
We cannot hear you now.
You cannot hear me?
No, yes.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's a little bit small.
It's a little bit small?
No, it's better the other way because it's not so transparent.
I'm sorry. Maybe you want to share it on my behalf? It's better for you?
¿La compartimos nosotros?
Should we share it then?
No, you should do it. It's okay.
Okay. So thanks for your introduction. As you said, I'm Serena Bonfanti. I am an entrepreneur, but here I have the pleasure and the honor to represent APID. APID is a gender-based SMEs association that has been founded in Torino, in the northeast side of Italy, in 1989. So we are almost running projects trying to enhance the women entrepreneurship since more than 30 years. Just to give you an idea of, a more better idea of what our association is and what it's doing, I will just share with you 2 slides to give you more information. As you correctly said before, APID is accounting more or less 350 companies based, gender-based. This means led by women entrepreneurs. But APID itself is part of a bigger association that is named API, and API only in Piedmont is counting 108,000 companies, more or less, belonging to different economical sector. And on the national level, both APID and API, they are belonging to a bigger confederation that is named CONFAPI, that counts 120,000 companies, more or less, all of them belonging to several economic sectors. This just to give you the flavor of how many companies are all together with the same target to be an association. So, doesn't work. Let me try. Okay, here we go. Probably, okay. This is just as only a slide. I could talk to you about APID for hours because we are really dealing with several projects, trying to face and tackle so many issues that are dealing with not only women entrepreneurship, but women in general. So we are doing professional training. We are trying to establish strategic partnership, not only at the national level, but also at the European level. So APID is part of an important European network. That's why, because we want to try to give to our entrepreneurs the possibility to be more involved and touch the base of what the European is doing for women entrepreneurs. But here we have been invited to talk about one of the several projects that APID has been developed in the last years. Let me focus on the title of this project that, in my opinion, is very important. The project name is Digital, for digitalization, all for everybody. The main target of this project was exactly to try to shorten the distance between the general ecosystem and the digital revolution that we are currently going on. Just let me tell you also that this project has been imagined, studied, and implemented in 2019. So this means just before the COVID pandemic. In my opinion, this is a very important indicator because we already had the impression and we already understood the importance to be more close to, and everybody should be more able to manage the digital transformation. This even before the big lesson learned that everybody learned after the lockdown and the 2 years of pandemic. So let me summarize this project. Let me also tell you that it has been co-financed by the Chamber of Commerce in Torino, the Committee of Female Entrepreneurship, and the Department of the Turin Chamber of Commerce dealing with digitalization. They co-financed the project with APID. Why? Why I want to say you that and stress this? Because the local stakeholders, they are really understanding how much is important to tackle this issue. That means to shorten the distance, not only for the entrepreneurial world, but also for the students, to shorten the distance between this big world that is digitalization and the world that we are living in. So the general objective was to support the creation of an entrepreneurial ecosystem able to welcome the digital revolution and the digital transformation. And the specific objective of the digital project was divided in 3 main pillars, in 3 main phases. The first one, the one to enhance and improve the digital skill within micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we tried to embrace a wider range of entrepreneurs, all belonging to different economic behavior and background. Then the second pillar was to support and encourage the establishment of new digitalized companies and help the digitalization process within already established company. And last but not least, we have been trying to tackle what we said before, the importance to shorten the distance between students, girl students with the STEM subjects. So as you can imagine, the project had 2 main beneficiaries. One from the entrepreneurial point of view, because we had 20 businesswomen that had the chance to participate to the training courses of the project. They've been able to participate to the business canvas approach of the project and to share together 2 days in a weekend in order to prepare their mind and realize how much be important for them to start to do business and to implement in their company some digital transformation. And the second block of beneficiary were the students. APID invited all the schools in our territory, I mean in Torino and surrounding area. All the schools they've been invited. 5 schools replied to our call of action. These 5 schools, they were all belonging not to downtown, but to the surrounding area, where it might be, let me say, more difficult for the economic situation of the families, but also for the infrastructure of the town. So the boundaries are still lake, they are still suffering for lake in terms of technological infrastructure and also economical possibilities. So these 5 schools replied, and 100 students.
Recording in progress.
And 100 students, they
Recording
participated
stopped.
to the project. Here we go. Here I tried to summarize the 3 pillars that I mentioned before. 3 pillars, 3 phases, all of them dreamed, imagined, and planned for the 2 beneficiaries that I said to you before. So both for the entrepreneurial sector as well as for the academic sector. So in the first phase, the objective was to make awareness to the students, to the 100 students that they applied for this project, of what about the STEM subjects are and which kind of STEM career they might dream about, and they might build their experience for a future career. It has been done through workshop, through design thinking, example, and moments. And the output was that all these students, they have been divided in 6 groups. Each group had to be able to imagine and to think and describe an entrepreneurial activity and present it to a panel of judges with a pitch presentation, their entrepreneurial idea. So in the phase 2, there were these 2 days competition in which these 40 girls that at the end decided to present their entrepreneurial activities to this panel. They had 2 days very intense training days in which through the help of consultants, they have been able to prepare a pitch presentation. And after the competition, one of these 6 groups awarded the competition. Last but not least is the phase 3 regarding this digital direction weekend, in which 20 women entrepreneurs, they participated to training courses in which they have been able to be more practical, using practical example of what does it mean to be to welcome this digital revolution. So let me summarize. I will be very quickly, I promise, some numbers of this project. So as I said, 5 schools have been involved, 100 girls belonging to these 5 schools. They have been trained on new digital entrepreneurial skill. 60 hours of awareness campaign they have been done on STEM subjects. 18 hours of work on digitalization. They have been done not only for the girls, but also for the women entrepreneurs. 20 companies have been involved. And then it has been really important to share the outcome, to share the project output as much as we could. So we used the APID social network to share all this information through not only the APID network, but also, as I said you at the beginning of my presentation, through API and Confapi on Italian regional level. Because we really think that those kind of projects, they need to be communicated widely, because they are very important. So I would like to say more. I would like to share with you more impression, more feeling, more idea, but probably those pictures that I decided to share with you, they might help me to give you the taste of this project. We young women all together, they really decided on the personal level to be involved in a project that asked them to be involved also in activities during the weekend. But spending time in studying during the weekend, it has been not a problem for them. So I will share with you my presentation that I'm sorry that you could see not in a big way, but there is also a link on a YouTube video. I'm sorry it is in Italian, but if most of you are Spanish, maybe you can understand it. It's actually 1 minute video done by one of the students that she was just telling about her experience. I think that's all. I really appreciated all the things that have been said earlier. I took so many sentences down in order to know how APID can participate to other projects dealing with the digitalization and inclusion in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Serena.
And if you want, I'm here to reply to your questions.
We also would like to have more time to speak with you and to listen to you.
Sadly, we're already behind on schedule, so if anyone has any very brief questions for any of our 3 speakers, otherwise we will go straight on to the final table. And
you 3, Tony, Serena, and Leonie. Y por favor, José.
Please join me on stage, and we will now move on to the final panel with quick, dynamic interventions Throughout this day, we have been talking about innovation ecosystems, and we've seen a variety of examples about the great role that innovation plays in solving social challenges linked to employment, digitalization, and food. Yes, here from Acción contra el Hambre and from the European Innovation Network for Inclusion, they have been promoting social innovation in Spain and Europe since 2016. The network currently has 436 member entities in 28 European countries that share new tools amongst themselves and resources that strengthen their capacity to innovate for inclusion. Yes, this network, as we've heard throughout the morning, helps to establish connections and to form partnerships and alliances to jointly participate in these European funding calls that provide them with resources to keep moving forward. And to talk about this network and the impact that it has on its member organizations, we have with us Alicia García Madrid, the manager of European projects at Acción contra el Hambre. Alicia, please, welcome. I'd also like to call Pablo Montemurro onto the stage from Madrid Hub, and also Irene Teodolu, both of whom coordinate networks in Italy and Cyprus. We're also going to call someone on stage who I saw last year, and I can see him here, Roger Molins. We have the director of regional development projects in the Baix Llobregat area. And so, Roger, when you're ready. And we also have someone else with us who's going to be joining us online, who is Jana Abramova, who is a coach, transformational designer, and member of the European network, whose best practices have been acknowledged by this network in previous calls. So,
thank you. Hello, everybody.
Bueno, la escucha.
We can hear her perfectly. So, Alicia, we're going to start with you. Let's try and make this dynamic. Let's try and keep it short, 5 to 6 minutes per question. Tell us how you're contributing to social innovation from your network. Right, well, with our network, we think that if we wanted to innovate, we weren't able to do it alone, and that we couldn't innovate just thinking on our own country and on our own closest environment. So we thought that, okay, it is an imminent need for organizations, and without collaboration, we cannot innovate. So we thought about this network, and this network posed itself a series of questions that I want to ask you as well. When we innovate, do we take risks, or are we more on the careful side? Do we really include all of the players and actors that we have in our ecosystem or around us? Are we really connecting with all of the ecosystems that are working to tackle the same social complex problem? Not only in your ecosystem or in your forest, but in different countries. Have we really spent enough time on co-creation, on research, on ongoing assessment, all of which has been mentioned already today? Well, I think we can improve. There's always room for improvement, and that's what this network is there for. Because innovation is also about exchanging experiences, about getting to know each other, about mutual learning, about generosity. I always like to say that. And that's why the network is contributing towards social innovation, to try and bring funding opportunities which give us a bit more peace of mind when we want to do a bit of trial and error. It gives us the opportunity to get to know each other as well and to work together in complex challenges. And it connects us and it puts everything in order. And that's why this call has been launched, so that we can all get to know each other, so we can realize that we're not working on our own, that there's a lot of people working on the same problems, and that if we all get together, there's more of us, and the more the better. So that's what we're trying to do with the network. We're trying to just guide this whole process that everyone's been talking about. Together, there are more of us, and we are better. Okay, so now, Paolo, Irene, your organizations have been members of this network for some time, but you've decided to take one step further to become coordinators and national contact points in your countries. So tell us, What has led you to prioritize social innovation in your organization, and how do you hope to strengthen this approach by being coordinators of the network? We could start with you, Irene. Please tell us the significance of social innovation in education, sustainable development, social justice, and technological solutions.
Can make a huge impact in education because it's really, really important. We are implementing a lot of different projects and we are involving with local stakeholders, and we want to take this opportunity to take it one step further because in Cyprus we have a lot of actors, stakeholders, municipalities that they are doing things in their own way individually, so we would like as contact points to take everything together, see what they're doing, and make it more national. So we're really looking forward for this opportunity, and thank you again.
Paolo, cuéntanos tú, ¿cuál es la importancia
Paolo, could you
de-
tell us a bit about the importance of social innovation for inclusion in creative industries?
Good morning, everyone. With the Mater Hub, we have been working very much in trying to understand how to foster development that is driven by culture. And today we have listened to many inspiring practices where the element of culture could also fit as an extra element to foster this dialogue around social innovation. So in the last year, we are happy that the Commission has recognized the role of artists and cultural operators in being actor of social innovation with the new European Bauhaus, that is this a big program that the Commission has just launched. You probably heard. It's all about understanding the contribution of culture, creative industries and arts in making society more inclusive, accessible, equal, and at the end of the process, beautiful. So from our side, we are trying to really foster these processes, trying to find a very concrete application of the power of creativity, the power of arts, the power of culture in contaminating the society. So from making cultural activities like theater a good way to develop competencies for employability, competencies for entrepreneurship, to the most common elements that make the culture as part of what we now call elements for the well-being of a society. In some countries in Europe, access to culture is similar and linked to the access to health, for example, talking to the north. So for us, it's very important to try and make this message passing through and trying to give concrete application to this idea of social inclusion that could be driven by culture and creativity.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Paolo. We're now going to finish this event. I'm going to conclude it with an award ceremony, which, as you know, acknowledges members of the network who have been carrying out significant actions throughout the year in terms of entrepreneurship and inclusive entrepreneurship and employment. But before that, for those of you who don't know, to be truly aware of the impact of this acknowledgement and how it can help them, we're going to ask two of these people who have been prized in previous years, their experiences and how it has affected them. Diana, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here and I think I understood the question.
Voy a lanzarla ahora. Voy a dar un...
All right, so I will ask you the question, but I'm going to give you a little bit of context. So Anna received an award in 2019 because she was great at resolving these some of these personal issues through gamification. So the question is, how has this acknowledgement helped you?
Yes, I did actually. You want to know how actually my participation in the network and this reward helped me?
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So actually, it's really transformed my life, you know. I want to share my screen. Is that allowed? I know I have only 5 minutes. but it's the experience. Can I?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, more or less.
5 minutes.
More or less, okay. I'll just
Three minutes.
Now you can see my screen. So it's an amazing journey I had, and this award and the participation and the care of of all of you was really, really important for me. Although after meeting up with different partners of the network, we applied for a very nice educational project, and unfortunately we didn't qualify. But the great thing was that thanks to your support and the fact that there was this big international network sitting behind me, I gained more power and trust in the tools that I have developed, and I managed to kind of become more visible, and I was invited to different events where I could present what I'm doing, because two different things were it's easy to use tool for personal and professional growth. It has some gamification element, and it's also related to education. And it was really, really a new directions, thanks to you, I took in my, the whole company took in its development, because since then, it was only at the end of 2019, and even with the COVID, I have participated in more than 7 projects for the European Commission. One is called Voice Up. It was great. I had to develop a board game for women migrants to help them integrate. I participated in 2 projects that are related to design thinking and its implementation, helping trainers to deal with people and youngsters in risk. I have worked also a recent project because I heard about art, and actually to help develop a tool that helped creative people work with young people in danger. And at the moment I'm working on a very cool project which is called a spa game. It's for the trainers and all educators that have been on the edge of burnout the last few years because of these all requirements on the online education. So actually this reward, this process, the meetings I went through, the visit to Madrid, and the whole team, the whole support really shaped my life, and I feel I can now influence in a positive way and participate in many more projects and do what I do best, and it is the development of gamified tools for personal and professional development. So I really thank you for that opportunity, and I wish you many, many more years of existence and helping other organizations. Thank you.
Gracias a ti.
So you can see that this recognition is on a lot of things. So now we're going to get to know the other experience. We're going to have Roger talking about the other perspective. So you look exactly the same as last year, right? We really haven't changed at all. So Roger, just in your case, just to give a little bit of context. So we saw the significant recognition that you received as well. There was in a time where you had just started off your European project office. So tell us how your project and how your organization has also developed over this time. Right, so thank you so much. It's really a wonderful opportunity to be here, and using and receiving this award kind of really shows the potential that this network has had for us. So it's a wonderful acknowledgement, recognition for a very humble project that's been existing for 5 years with local experiences and local projects to boost social innovation and put everything inside the collaboration, public-private collaboration. So we have a collaboration of 5 to 20 entities that have also grown thanks to this award. And well, what it has allowed us to do is to expand our network of contacts and also to use those little pills of knowledge that can be applied with a lot of success on a local level, but many times it doesn't go beyond that. So many times they don't have that scaling or the possibility of growing, of expanding. So I think that this network kind of gives the opportunity to share and to share those opportunities, those experiences, and to put them on the table. Of course, we had the opportunity of hosting a study visit, and the goal of that was to also have those people to share that local knowledge. And I think that really aligns well with this systemic aspect, this system approach, which is something that we completely share because we have this regional vision. Well, we work in 30 municipalities with 1 million inhabitants, so we always think how we can scale something small into something bigger, like this larger this context, and the sky is the limit, of course. And well, we were a relatively new company. We had just started our European project office. So this is something, it's been an incredible journey. And all of us also taught us how to understand this dialogue. And it also taught us how to define our role as an entity, and it also taught us to adapt our language to European projects. So we've also had a lot of opportunities of European projects, of options, and of candidacies. Well, we've had the opportunity of getting to know, of getting this rich systematic experience with all the people that I have, these wonderful people I have around me. So also a round of applause for him, some congratulations to him as well. Thank you so much, Roger. So I'm sure it's very satisfying to listen to these experiences. So now what we're going to do, we're going to start with the award ceremony. And I just have to ask a quick question. What are your plans in order to keep giving support to members of the network in order to promote the inclusive employment? Well, there's 3 things I want to say. Well, it's important that we keep adding more members, we keep growing, and we keep working in this line since we have since 2016 with the support of the new coordinators. It's also important that we focus on social, and that we helping different entities in the social aspect. So there's a lot of organizations that also need to also develop their skills in their training. And well, in this regard, we're going to be organizing webinars and seminars with all these good practices that we've gotten. So that way you will also be able to get more information about these nominees, these companies that have been received these awarded these nominations, and what's important about this is that we can learn a lot about these examples. And well, basically the goal of this is to kind of get to know one another, to raise awareness, make people more informed, and it's also important is that we grow. And it's okay if we're doing the same thing, that's fine. What's important is that we're adding and we keep growing and expanding. So those are our plans. Wow, that's pretty good plan. So if you like, we're going to start with the award ceremony. We're going to ask the 4 of you to get off the stage, and then we are going to we're going to be naming the projects that have received the award this year. So as we've already seen in previous editions, in this case, we are going to have 6 organizations who have been working a lot over the months. And that is why we wanted to kind of acknowledge them thank them for their efforts. So So again, yes, we have. There has been a list of all of the companies that have done an excellent job in terms of different lines, the inclusion of different groups of people at social risk, social exclusion, and companies that have been working and improving their access to employment and to entrepreneurship. So the host for this ceremony is going to be Sonia Gonzalez. Please come up on stage. So Sonia, you are going to be in charge of giving out these awards. They're up there on the table. So Elena, please come up here, Sonia, or maybe I'll go over there. And then I'm going to start giving you the awards. All right, so let's begin with the category of inclusive employment. The initiative for the biggest was Mentor on the Move, which we heard about later, Katia Berthy. which is a project from the Finnish company Monaliku, which is the goal of which is to promote the well-being and the social well-being of migrant women through the mentoring and the coaching with other women. Kathy, please come up on stage. She is the coordinator of the projects at the company, at the organization. If you like, later we can all take a group picture. Please don't leave the stage, okay? Just stay up here on the stage with us. So now we're going to continue with the practice of international planning that has had incredible results with the project Women for It. This initiative guides young women who are at risk of social exclusion in order to develop the necessary digital competences in order to improve their chances of employment and to reduce that gap of IT specialists in Spain. And we have Begoña Solorzano, who is the Director of National Programs at the National Spanish Plan. Thank you so much, Begoña. So in this category, we're also going to acknowledge the work done for the green employment, which is an alliance that was that started in order to create and help people in a vulnerable situation through workshops with companies, with specialized training, and for the entrepreneurship, and with also a personalized guidance and monitoring. Mónica Zanscares is the CEO of Ingenious, of the platform. She will be receiving the award. Carlos Matais is also with us here, so if you want, you can come up on stage as well. Come on, Carlos. A round of applause for Carlos as well. All right, so let's continue with inclusive employment, and within the category of inclusive employment, we're going to give an award for the best practice, which is for Abid, which we also heard about their project, and his project Digital, in which we had a collaboration of 20 entrepreneurs and young girls, more than 5 young girls from different centers, in order to carry out and start different entrepreneur projects, digital projects. So we have her right here with us. I think we're going to need to make the stage a little bit bigger for next year. There's too many people up here. So for the finalists in this category, we also have the Cyprus Energy Agency and Genesis. So with this project, they aim to reduce unemployment by creating new green and renewable energy, focusing on the energetic efficiency, sustainable transport, and it's called Neurosauropatis. He is an environmental engineer and product manager at the agency. Please come up on stage. And just to finish off, we're also going to acknowledge the excellent work of CAMUP through their work Paurem Bank, which is an initiative that eases the integration of mono-family households from difficult situation by using different services and helping them develop their abilities and their entrepreneurial spirit in order to improve their chance of finding a job. So Ariana Aragona is going to be receiving this reward. Please come up on stage. So now that we have everybody here on the stage, we're going to take the family photo. Oh, of course, everybody, for a round of applause for all the workers of Acción contra el Hambre, of course. Just one moment. Okay. All right. So all we have left to say is to thank, for me and Elena to say thank you. Well, sorry, we're not facing you, but again, thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you for sharing all of these wonderful projects, and we really encourage all of you to be here next year. There's still a lot of things to have to talk about, so next year it's going to be even better than this year. Thank you so much.